everybody. Welcome back to Wampelville. Welcome to the Wampelville Shipyard. Yeah, we're gonna do the very first of our Seri Republic ships. You can see we got some graphics down there in the corners to show you a little bit of info about that species. We just kind of call them the bird brains. There they are. So there's again your fabulous. Here, let me just make sure that we. Looks like I got sound here. So there's your different occupations, shall we say, within the Seri Republic, and yes, they are the bird brains land dress. Look at that. Also, too, where's my? Here we go. This is what the ship is going to look like right here. Nice to see you there, Camden. Thanks. Sorry for the delay there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be doing here as far as the color scheme goes. It's got some gold accents, just overall kind of almost like a brassy to the ships there. Nice to see you there, Mutu. We also, again, this is one of our bases. So what we got here is an area where we can put the ship's name or the race or some kind of info about the ship, and obviously that goes there. Looky here, we got one of our smaller ships right here. So a light cruiser right here, and again, I was able to develop a system like this, and it works for the 90 mils too. So there we go. So we got ourselves a fabulous pin. I still haven't had a chance to get this and stick that on the bottom of the ships so that it would actually, imagine this is the ship. It would just stick on there like so. All right. Well, sorry about that. Well, best of luck with that, Camda. I know that's not exactly the thing you'd want to be doing, but here's hoping that it all plays out well for you. So again, here's one of the smaller ships right here. So not quite sure that this is kind of what the 30 mil bases are for, but you might even see these on the 60s, the 90s. Obviously, these are for capital ships, that sort of thing. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do our dry brushy stuff on here, kind of like what we did, well, even with our tray. Let me move this over here. One sec. Oh, also going to do, I think, a little something different for our space cape on these right here. So I think we're going to go with kind of like a greenish whatever. Oh, here we go. Yeah, like that. I was thinking something like that. And again, it's instead of all the kind of the lighter gray and all that sort of stuff, this is going to again have a bit of almost like a brassy, bronzy look. Now, hopefully, people got the link to this here. So this was what, episode 2 of this series. So hopefully people got that link, and well, you can see, look at this, even more freehand designs on that. I'm gonna go with the glove. We're going with the glove here. Going with the glove. This should work. Well, I got a couple of the new. Oh, it's too bad Camden won't be able to see, but we got some new. Some of the Paul Rubens' colors, and again, this is what we're looking to do here. So I got something along the lines of this right here, and of course, there you go. Meet the birdies. Kentucky Fried Chickens right there. Them's tasty birdies. Let's start with the underside first. And do I have my green stuff out there as well? I'm gonna get me a little bit of this. So some Mars yellow deep mixed with this. It's almost kind of like a nurgly green here. Again, we're just gonna do a little bit of a lighter mid-tone-ish dry brush here. We're gonna try to also have some lights in the sides of the ships here in some places. So again, great to see everybody. I hope that everybody's doing well. I was trying to actually start as early as 10. That did not work out in my flavor, but hey, I tried, and it's still earlier than like 11:45. That's for sure. Yeah. Actually, no. Let's do a little more of that. A little more of that, and here we go. That's better. Some more like it. Do this. I would have had that carrier. That was my intent. That was what I was going to paint. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, I did. It was the same resin, same printer, same settings as this, and it was even supported in the same way. One ship printed, the other one had errors and stuff. So not sure what was going on with that. I will try to print that tonight. Well, overnight tonight, anyhows. There's still more ships. I basically have an entire fleet. We're talking about small fighters. I've got tankers. I've got cargo ship, multiple types of cargo ships, drop ships, troop transports. Actually, a couple of different types of troop transports. I was thinking probably a greenish, maybe a warm green engine glow on these our Seri Republic ships here. And again, if it bears any resemblance to a certain, Amazon type of thing or whatever, well, they copied me because I came up with that name decades before there ever was such a assistant. We'll put it that way, or whoever uses that name as their assistant, or whatever. I don't care. I don't want to say it because it might activate something. Although, of course, it could be interesting, like to do a stream where I just try to activate everybody's devices by saying, whatever the magic words are to activate nearby devices, or even just like, hey, so and so, order this for me, and see how many people get orders for something. So I'm going to do this though on the ventral side here. Then we'll get the dorsal side, and of course we're going to do the usual glue green stuff, and then glue. So you can see our dreadnought here, kind of packed with the shooty stuff. These birdies got a lot of DACA right here. Lots of DACA. Come on here. We're going to be a little bit daintier over there. Again, these larger ships are essentially about 120 mil. Oh yeah. So when I tried doing these bases, I saved them as 90 millimeter. What I didn't realize is they were actually being saved 90 millimeters tall. So when I brought them into Blender, they filled the entire, because they were some like 800 meters wide. I'm not joking. And couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. It wasn't until I tried to bring other objects that were correctly sized in that, but wait a second. And then I kind of had figured out what was going on. Right, Midbus Miniature Guy, how you doing? So MMG, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Now MMG, I think you saw the Kathy figure, right? Hopefully you saw that Kathy figure. That was super fun. We got more Cyber Wapples on the way, of course. There are more on the way. And again, if you want to post some stuff in the chat there, Midwest Miniature Guy, please go ahead. Hopefully you got some fun events coming up. Maybe not too soon. Yeah, you don't want those coming up too soon. You want to have a little bit of time to get all your stuff ready for any possible event that is coming up. Yeah, we're just doing this, and then we'll let this set, and we're gonna get to our fabulous base. Let me do some more of that here. I'm doing this because this is kind of, well, a more violent process. Also way easier to hit the underside of this. And you can see where I'm wearing the glove, because now, instead of me having to go off and wash my hands somewheres, now I can just be like, all right, let's start working on the ship proper here. All right, let's get that mix going. Thanks, Midwest Miniature Guy. Appreciate that. And again, we have, I'm hoping that at some point, like say in mid-June, I'm going to have at least 4 or 5 fleets worth of ships. Not like, okay, fleets of this race here, but fleets of everybody's ships. Let me hit this. We'll go this away. Now I'll turn this around. Go this way with it. Not going to do too much more on the underside. Just get a little something down here. Okay, that wasn't what was supposed to happen. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Hey, Monster Painter, great to see you too. So Valfera, I think I sent you the animation, and I think I sent you, I'm pretty sure that I sent you this too. Pretty sure I sent you that. I'm pretty sure that I sent you that. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So remember, these are the ships that I've been talking about for the last several weeks now that are based on my old technical guide. All right, so that's going to go off to the side. And again, we've got many different ship classes. I mean, you can see it's even, and there's actually smaller than this even, little small fighter craft. So great to see you there, Valfera. Great to see you there, Miniature Painter. Let me do this. Just doing a little quick dry brushy stuff here. Some of this. Like a so. And then we'll again, these two areas here, that is for our ship names, ship classes, or ID in some way, shape, or form. Again, Valfera, these are the birds that I've been talking about. There's the fish species. I sent you a whole bunch of pictures of the different races there, like the Ballisteri, the Jolarans, the Chetzock Alliance, and then, of course, all the Terraforce stuff. Remember, actually, now I can get rid of this. I can get rid of that. Because if you remember, this was part of Terraforce right here. So this is your human species there. Now I'm going to hit this with a little... Oh, geez, I really need to put some more of my cleaner in there. Alright, I'm going to take... okay. That's it. Here's my ultramarine blue. In we go. Just going to blast this in here. Like this. Some of the, a little bit of thinner here. There we go. Then we'll get some of our greens in here as well. You can see it's already doing the mixing thing. So Valfera, I think a while back I sent you the sheets with some of the other races there. There's somewhere in the neighborhoods of 12 to 14 different races. If not there, Valfera, I'll shoot you some more images there. Yeah, here, let me just get a little bit of, you know what, maybe we'll, and again, it's actually going to be much more green like that. We're just kind of powering through the blue first here. Actually, nah, I was actually tempted to break out our cobalt teal bluish, but I think we'll just roll with this for right now. I think we'll just roll with this. like this. It's going to cut through over here. There's my phthalo green. There. And let's do some more of this. So what will be interesting will be all of the insults that some of your other species hurl at, say, like the Seri Republic and the Alchiba. Because remember we were talking about fish and chips and all that stuff, Valfira? Yeah, wait till you see the fishy ships. They are very fishy. Or are they very efficient? Ah, see what I did there? Yeah. They're the most efficient ships in the galaxy. That's what I just did. Yep. I just dropped that down on you. Now again, what I'm hoping to do is have this mechanism right here, this little hex here, stuck on the bottom of the ships, because that way instead of having to drill stuff, all I got to do is this. So but that's not right now. That's we're only just now kind of starting out with all of this stuff, trying to get things figured out.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
That's kind of wild, Greenleaf. That is, wait a minute, didn't this... I swear this Ent was following before. Maybe you should ask him to post stuff in the chat. How you doing there, Greenleaf? I think Greenleaf just wanted to get a roll on the big Gandalf 6 because Greenleaf Train never got a chance to do that before. That was actually cocked. It was up against... Oh, well, look. Wow, look at that. See? You ended up with a Gandalf 6 because the first one was literally just sitting like this. So we rolled it again, and that's the first Gandalf 6 we've had in quite some time. So great to see you there, Greenleaf. And again, here is a little quick look-see at the different aspects of the Seri Republic. Scientists, pilots, commanders, politicians, ambassadors, all that kind of stuff. And of course, again, this is kind of a little bit of a motif of what this ship's... this was the ship I was supposed to be painting. Unfortunately, that did not work. Actually, the fighter craft, also one of those kind of went wonky there, too. Oh, thanks for the raid there, Baltard B. Sorry about that. So, Baltard B, thank you so much for the raid. Let's show them what we're actually painting here. We are painting the first, again, of our fabulous Seri Republic starship. So we're working on the base right now. Baltard B, great to see you. So again, we'll be getting this stuck on the base, but first we need to paint the base. Here's some of the other ships. Again, we've got all different sizes and classes of ships. Look, here's one that's actually a bit smaller right there. And what we're painting now on the base is going to be something a little bit like this on this base. So the last Monday we did this. This is part of the human species right here. So we did this last week. Thanks, Boltry B. Thank you so much. And of course, well, we did a little special stream this week with the premiere of Cyber Kathy and Cyber Jiro, with all of the plaid that you might expect to see, and of course all the object source lighting. Since this is Wampleville and all that good stuff. Our last stream, actually, I'm going to move this over here. 1 second. Let me move some stuff here. There we are. This was actually our last stream right here. So this was our corrupted version of Cyber Lancelot. Here's the regular version of him. Right there. And this is all part of our Cybertheria universe. Let me move these. Now, 1 second. There we go. That's better. Let me see. So, Baltard B, if you want to share anything in the chat, if you want to share something in the chat, please feel like you can do that. Of course, I'm looking around. We'll just use this. Hey, nice to welcome back there, Studitzer. So here's hoping that that Sunday treated you well there, Stulitzer. Now again, we're just kind of doing a little bit of mixing here, right? This is all oil paints. We're just taking our blending brush, just hitting this like so. There we go. So again, that kind of softens that up. Not everywhere. Not everywhere. Now we're gonna start to again drop in some of our fabulous stars and such. Everybody, check out the Instagram link that Boltered B just posted. And everybody, please give a little follow there to Boltered B. So thanks for again. Appreciate the raid there, Boltered B. Now let's get that going over. Maybe. Let's roll this way with it here, maybe. So that's gonna go over there. We will maybe do another one over here, and then maybe a blue one over there. Where's my blending brush here? So again, everybody, please give Boltered B a follow. And of course, B, we've been working on we've been working on an RPG as well as the board game, and then the whole massive line of the Cyberthurian miniatures. I am also working on the board game versions. So let's see here. You can see one of our. So instead of the 75 mil, we're also working on board game versions. Now I got to work on the board game versions of our corrupted characters. That's kind of next on the menu there. Boltered B, in Wampoville, we consider that a barbaric human custom. Yeah, that's it's like can't understand what the deal is with that because you voluntarily this is by choice choose to essentially go unconscious for several hours at a time. You leave yourself vulnerable to attack by, say, a magic marker, perhaps drawing some stuff on your face. So that's from a tactical standpoint, that doesn't make sense. And then, of course, you require copious amounts of this thing called coffee to wake up. So you lost consciousness, now you gotta wake yourself up. That doesn't seem to make any sense. And of course, you get nothing done while this happens. You do wake up with really unusual looking hair, usually covered in drool. So once again, it doesn't make any sense to us here in Wampoville. Yeah, that's never quite understood. And again, that's some kind of human custom. We obviously don't adhere to human customs here. Let's roll. Yeah, let's roll with this. Let us roll with that. So just a little ultra blue with maybe here. Maybe we'll go with that here. Greenleaf, again, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there, Greenleaf, please go ahead and do that, of course. All kidding aside, Bolter B, just in all seriousness, with all of the stuff that I've been working on, I don't know, maybe January. This is the last I can remember, like, sleeping. Because, well, there was Adepticon, right, Bolter B? And it was great that Adepticon was a big success. It just also meant that Adepticon basically we're still prepping for Adepticon. Yeah, it's like we're still doing that. Now 7 some odd weeks later. So again, everybody please give Boltered B a follow. That would be sensational. Let me do this here. A little more of this right here. Also hit that. So just trying to put some of our clouds in here. I might also. Okay, that does not have thinner on it. steal some of this super quick right here. And I just want to get a little something here on the outside of our base. So most likely kind of change with different species, I would think. And again, these right here, nameplates. Nameplates where we can put the name of the ship or just even some kind of identification or whatever. Because hopefully the ships would be in things something like task forces. That's some kind of force organization. Yeah, let's do this. A little more. Fine, we'll do a little bit more this way. Now these are printed out in FDM, by the way, and again, but there's the 90s, and we also have the 60s, and of course we got a nice little fabulous post that just kind of sticks down in there. And again, here's some of the smaller ships that are also part of our fleets here. So see you later there, Boltard B. Again, thank you very much for the raid. Everybody please give Boltard B a follow. That'd be fantastic. Please go ahead and do that. That's too red. There's too much red here. Let me. I'm trying to do a little bit less of the driver. Oh, this might just be. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's it. Right here. See, I was hoping again that each species, whatever, would have a different sort of a spacescape, would have a different imagery, color schemes, whatever, on the bases themselves. Make that lighter over here. Now I did print this out in the 0.08 layer height. How's about we say hello to Daddy Celt? Great to see you there, Daddy Celt. How's about everybody please give Daddy Celt a follow. So great to see you there. And of course, Daddy Celt, you want to post some stuffs in the chat, go ahead and do that. So everybody please give Daddy Celt a follow. Now it is Armada Mondays again, Daddy Celt. And we are painting up the first of our, well, I guess you could say alien fleets here. That would be these guys, the bird brains right here. So the Seri Republic, that is what we are painting. And here's again basically kind of a look-see at what their ships are looking like here. Daddy Celt, well, part of it is when this is what you do for a living. If there's no painting, there's no food or houses or anything like that. So burnout is settled by things like homelessness and hunger. That's a fantastic motivator. But Daddy Celt, doing new stuff, trying new things, new mediums like the oils, right? Trying new stuff like that, Daddy Celt. That is generally the best way to kind of work around something like that. Basically, if you're getting burned out, it means you're maybe kind of doing too much of the same thing. Also, too, Daddy Celt, it could mean just trying too hard, right? Your expectations too high, and if you're not meeting those expectations, well, that gets kind of a bummer, right, Daddy Celt? Little bit of a bummer there. So to kind of prevent the whole bummer type situation, maybe that's where again you try something different. Daddy Celt, even if it's just where you where you're trying to maybe do a different basing technique or something like that. So just to try and do something, I guess, as different as possible. All right, just to make things a little bit more fun again, and generally discovering new things, Daddy Celt, is going to be more fun, for sure. Then it's like, well, okay, I kind of done this a bazillion times before. because the miniature painting just kind of becomes like the regular job, right, Daddy Celt? And again, as soon as it does that, well, it's not quite so interesting anymore, is it? You just kind of start losing some of the interest there. Now let's get some of our green on it. Doing this. That's some of the phthalo green right there. Pushing some of that around. Gonna do another round. Here, let me just grab. Well, okay, I didn't need to grab that way. I already had this here. I already had this here. Didn't need to grab that too. Let me hit that even. Lighter right there. How's about we just take some of this away. And Daddy Kilt, of course, again, if things are getting too repetitive, maybe you just do something else. Maybe even like with Camda's been doing. He's been doing some 2D art as well. So again, I'm just trying to maybe switch things up, doing something a little bit different. Again, here there's essentially it's not like not a day goes by, but barely an hour goes by where I have to try something I've never done before, like ever. My daily life is I've never done this before. Well, okay, that's a standard. That is not just a standard day. That's a standard hour. Even today, I had to do at least 3 things that I've never ever done before. And actually, that can have quite the positive effect. No, that's not what's supposed to happen there. We'll just get rid of that. Hey there, Paradigm. How you doing? Great to see you again, as always. Let me try to work that in there. Also, we'll do this. Somewheres. Now, maybe this one will work too. We're just going to take some of that away. This too. And that one. So again, we're just trying to make ourselves nice little lens flare thing going on there. Let's lighten up the middle of that some more. One other of these. Also going to get the same lens sphere treatment here. Come on, and we'll use the same. No, that's got way too much liquid stuff on there. Let's get some. Fine, we'll use this. It really doesn't matter. So again, that's got some nice soft edges happening there. And then of course we'll get our green stuff mixed up, and then we'll get our ship attached to this. But just wanted at least to get as much of this out of the way as possible here. Maybe a little bit more of the light there, and then catch a touch more of our light edge there. And I might even, let me try a little something here. That might need a little bit of thinner. Let me try this. Try just a little smidge of this green here. Now, the phthalo green that we're using here and even the ultramarine blue, those have a tendency to be a bit on the shiny side, especially kind of right away. So again, Bolter B, we're talking about those expectations, right? He said, well, there's a miniature I really wanted to paint and stuff like that. Well, again, maybe there's expectations. You see, so, oh, geez, that I have to make this. This is a miniature I've always wanted to paint, so therefore it has to be stunning and perfect and all that kind of stuff. Great to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, sorry it was one of them kind of days. Sorry it was one of those kind of, but hopefully Recoil maybe starting to bounce back a little bit there. And work in some of this here. Like so. So get more of our smaller clouds in there. Might even take some of that away, making that a little darker. One second here. I'm gonna try and bring up. Just trying to get my reference up there. There we go. All right, here. Soften this up too. Like that. Might even, let me hear. So we'll take our phthalo green and some of our Payne's gray stuff. Okay, well, hopefully you can have a decent night's sleep there. Daddy Kilton, again, thanks for the raid. I appreciate you being here too. So let me just put a little bit more of our dark there. Gonna do this here. Like this. So I'm going to try to work in as much as we can with our dark. Now let's maybe go the other way. Some of our lighter stuff here. There we go. So recoil. There was definitely some mixed results on the print. There were some that printed out fine, like the ship that we're doing here. The ship that I was supposed to paint, that did not print out fine. It was the same printer, the same resin, and the same settings, and it was even all kind of oriented the same way, supported the same way. We're gonna have to give it another shot. What that just means is I was going to paint one of my larger, well, this was, ironically enough, this was going to be a tutorial video, and the carrier, which is this ship, was going to be painted tonight. So this is going to end up being the tutorial video instead. And again, this is our avian species right here. I think it's almost time for Spatterstar Galactica here. Yeah, let's maybe do some spatter stars. Move this stuff out of the way. It's got to find just something here that'll work for. Actually, this might just work for that too. Here, might have to throw some more of my white out there. I mean, I don't need tons of it. What do we got? Okay, that should be good for some spatter stars here. A little more. One more. Okay, so there's again, there's our Spatter Star Galactica effect right there. Yeah, and now of course trying to use the GPTs there to lock. I mean, we're talking. Yeah, there's new ships, right? Recoil, new resins, new printer. Everything is brand new. So just trying to get things figured out here. Yeah, fine. We'll hit that later as well. Continue with our lighter stuff here. Like a so. I'm gonna strengthen this a little. I'll probably be sticking my hand on this a bunch of times, so uh, don't be surprised if this gets wiped
Hello,
out and
your
repainted
highness.
several
Spark
times.
my guns.
Thank you so much, Urukai. Appreciate that. So you know what? It's the at least the Urukai didn't rip my arms off. Not like the Balrog, man. That was terrible. Uh, Urukai. Oh, Urukai. We did actually do a stream. If you check out the Linseed Fellowship, I don't know if it's on there yet. Oh, there's half a Gandalf, 6 for Urukai. So Urukai. Oh, wait, time out. I got something for you here. There's Lurtz. I do have one. That's one of our Uruks right there. There's Lurtz. Paradigm. There's always something new to discover all the time. I know for some folks that kind of maybe that intimidates them a little bit. For me, that is always very fun to realize that I'm constantly able to find brand new things. Yeah, Rico, I was saying in the stream earlier, pretty much Rico every day now is basically doing stuff that I've never done before, as in like ever. It is just every couple of hours, it's like, okay, well, I've never done this. Now I have to do this. So let's figure this out. So yeah, Urukai, there was a three actually Urukai. We did an entire Urukai army in 3 streams. Yeah, I think they were the Papal 3D ones. Yeah, I printed those out. We basically did 10 in 3 streams, 10 Urukai in each stream. And I painted an entire Urukai army in 3 streams. And that was just kind of the down payment on that army too. It's going to be at least twice that size. Also, too, painted up tons of Wolves of Isengard. I think we still have our. Let's see. Okay, there's our. No, that's our. Oh, that's our. Well, there we go. Our Dunlandings and some of the Wolves of Isengard there. I'm gonna try to go a little lighter with. Let me see what happens here. Well, I guess I need some thinner there. Guess I need me some thinner there. And again, in a few minutes here, we'll glue our ship on. We'll mix up our green stuff. And we'll get that ship attached here. Nice to see you there, Doji. I was very close, Doji, to breaking out the Cobalt Teal Bluish. But still, with the drying times, I was like, no, we'll just. I already had plenty of stuff out here to paint it with. So, Doji, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to go with the lighter stuff out there. Also, some here kind of starts to get rid of, right, some of the rougher FDM stuff. And I did, again, printed this out with a 0.08 layer height. So Paradigm, that's, well, there was the big change that they made. Now, for you, it wouldn't really matter because you haven't played it before. So, it might not be actually the worst time to think about getting into it because, well, now everything is pretty new. I've been playing it since 2003, basically. That's a little different story. Even though that's a system that doesn't get noticed much by GW, it still has changed significantly 3 times. Nah, I'm not gonna bother with the stuff outside. Nope, not gonna bother. It's just gonna get wiped out anyway. At least initially. We shall wait on that. Also, I'm gonna try to, because some of our spatter stars went over our nameplates here. So Paradigm, basically, I have one of every army, but of course the Easterlings are always going to be. Let me see what if I still have some of my Easterlings here. Where's my? There we go. I mean that's just a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of it, and of course, yeah, that's kind of the symbol of the army there, and of course there's one of our characters. I don't think I still have the terrain, or do I still have the terrain here? No, I don't have the terrain. Oh, no, wait a minute. There it is. There's some of my terrain. Yeah, we've done an entire gigantic city for my Easterlings. All right, I do declare it's going to be time here. Let me just get some grain stuff going here, if I can. Let me just mix up a little smidge. I don't even think I need all that much, really. And hopefully I got my glue here. Yes, I still got my glue here. So the idea is we need to get that ship glued, and you can see again that was a reference for the landscape. So we're just gonna get this mixed up because we want glue on the ship, then the green stuff, and then glue underneath that. So that's how these two things going to get joined together. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some stuff in the chat before you have to head out, please go ahead. Oh, that's right. I still have to do. That's right. I still have to do that contest judging there for Rattlers. So here, we're just mixing this up super quick. Again, this is probably more than I needed here. Now, our small warships, I'm not really sure I'd really have to do something like this. Right, and again, what's eventually going to happen is this, I'm going to basically cut this part off here and stick that on the bottom of the ship, so then all I have to do is basically just stick the post in there. So now, of course, that'll have to happen on the next batch of ships. That's not happening right now. Okay, glue, where's my glue? I got to get me more of this as well because I've already pretty much used up all of my glue. Here, let me get some more of that on here. One of the things the green stuff does is it kind of crystallizes the glue that much quicker. So you can kind of, again, see the underside of the ship. We'll be doing our glazy stuff too. Let me make sure that we got plenty of that there. Now, where's my green stuff? That's going to get wrapped around here, like so. Now you can see some of the green stuff on there. We also have our glue. Let me get some more of that glue here. Now stick that on here and make sure it is as straight as we can get that. All right, that looks good. This post, I thought I had the shorter post. I ended up having the longer one on there. It's all right. It is okay. Now what we'll do is we're going to leave that set there, and we're going to start doing some of our glaze stuff on top of that here. So let me move some of these things over. Let's get this. Again, that's already starting to set there. I'm just making sure it's relatively centered there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. And again, check out the fabulous oil painted stuff that Doji is doing. Now, I want to grab this here. Yep, I'm going to use that. We're going to chuck some thinner in there. Now, this is some of our umber there. Also got Van Dyke Brown somewhere. There it is. We'll just mix all that stuff in here. Valfir. Well, Valfira. The other thing was again with the weather type stuff. It was seeming that if I was done, by 3, 4, something like that, then it wouldn't matter. Of course, all that stuff kind of changed. We'll see. I'm gonna still be keeping an eye on all that. We'll see how that works out. I'm gonna get me a little bit of my black in here too. But good luck on the exam stuff there, Doji, of course. But yeah, that's another reason why the early start here, Velfira. Urukai, it's kind of funny to the point. I'm not joking, Urukai. I know that John from Warlord, he's gotten me 2 books on Bob Ross, like 2 books, just on Bob Ross. Okay, that's not the thing that I want. This is the stuff that I need. I can't get to it. All right, fine. We'll just have to use this then. I need to see something to put that on an angle, and of course, well, here we are. We did this. Well, this our next stream is going to be Flat Thursday. Remember, we're painting basically the sunset version of this, either the sunset and or the moonlight version of this. So, Urukai, we like to say we bring in we have happy little universes. Yes. Here, let's bring in some of this. It's like, he brings in happy little trees. We bring in planets, star systems, sometimes entire galaxies, and we wipe them out just as fast. Also, too, sometimes we bring regular ships into. Oh, here we go. Look at this. It's like we could wipe. We just literally bring an entire planet. What, Velfair? Like 5, 10 minutes or so. All of a sudden, there's a planet there. Yeah, we don't think small, right, Velfair? We go big. We go big. Or we go small in the case of our small scale ship, right, Urukai? Here we are. Again, we're just gonna do this, and then we'll be coming back with mid-tones and all that other good stuff. Here, let me shoot this over this way so you can see it. I think it's on. Yeah, it's sitting right here. I am moving it, so if it somehow goes out of view, like that would be weird. So again, just we did the little lighter dry brushy stuff. Now we're doing this. We'll still try to get some panel lines on here, Landrast. Ain't gonna be quite the same, say, as our Galactica type ships, but we'll still try to get panel lines on here. Fine, I'm gonna grab a little of that, and there we are. Over here we go. So that's starting to look very different, is it not? Look at that pin line. Watch it. It basically kind of flowing against gravity. Maybe a little smidge more thinner there. And of course, we have many happy little ships, right? We love our happy little 1/1800 scale ships too. Oh wait, we also love our happy little Middle Earth ships. Look at this, Urukai. I'm actually working on, just like we're working on this fleet system here for starships. We call it MIWAs, Urukai, Middle Earth War at Sea, right here. I mean, well. I'm also going to be printing out 28mm versions of that because let's see, where's my Corsair? Here we go. So there's our Corsairs, right? Well, they needed ships, so we painted that. That's not 3 ships. That's 3 pieces of 1 ship. We painted those 3 ships. Again, here's some of our other 28mm. Oh, here's again our fabulous Hobbit holes that we painted. Where's our dwarves is here. Where's our dwarf? And again, there's some more of our ships there. Just trying to get back to my scene here. There we go. So let's see. Instead of leafy bits and cratery, we're gonna have feathery bits. Yes. Again, it's like practically out of an Audubon science book, right, Valfira? You can see parts of this are already getting less shiny. I mean, they ought to. They should be getting less shiny. And again, the idea is that, while this sets, the super glue and the green stuff, they're kind of crystallizing together. And that's how I should be able to hang on to this bad boy. Instead of worrying about him snapping off of there or whatevs. We don't want that. We're also going to work on our glue. And I was just thinking, greenish glow. I wanted the Chetzok or the Jolarans to have the reddish glow. Now, Urika. Oh, let me see. I don't know if I can reach him for you. Well, actually, here I've got this. So here's So this is an Aowen bust that I made for myself. I've got a whole bunch of Aowen sculpts. Actually, Urika, if you check out the Instagrams there, yeah. Um, oh, here we are. Check out this. This is another project I've got going on where I'm working on the 9 named ring rates. Obviously, those figures were old, you know, not a long time ago. So this is the Shadow Lord, and they never did like what did they look like before they became their wraith characters. So yeah, this I've obviously I've done Kamul because Kamul is best wraith. Kamul is best of all wraiths by far. Definitely Kamul is best wraith. So now we're gonna start doing some of this on the ventral side of the ship. Not a ton, just a little bit here, just to kind of get the ball rolling. And then I'm gonna get some of that on my base as well. So we mixed up a whole bunch of that. This is kind of how we've been approaching our starships here. And of course, again, we've been doing tons of our 75 mil scopes. This was, again, our latest stream right here. That's our 75 mil corrupted version of Lancelot. We already painted the, well, shall we say, regular version of Lancelot on a previous stream. We work in this. Okay, not want that over the engine things there. Remember, we're thinking of going with a warm-ish green glow for the engines there. Let me just carry that out a little more. And now here. This is actually mixing a little bit with that lighter dry brush that was there. Now over here, and it's going to hit a little bit, not tons, just a little bit. Yeah, actually, I'm going to use a different brush for that. I'll just use this little guy here for this. Here. Also some more over here. Now, Valfera, I think I did send you some of the RPG stuff, right? I'm pretty sure that I did. I don't think I sent it all to you because there's things like the different the threats that they can be facing in the game. But I'll try to get you those too, Valfera. All right, now we're good to roll down here too. let's start thinking about what we want to do for our engine light. I actually have our, we want to actually have a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale there too. So there's, that is a very warm-ish green right there. In you go. Do that again on the other one. Right here. Okay, and we'll leave it there. Leave it there. Now again, the parts of this where I can see that it's getting a little bit less shiny or something like that. Maybe that is where we can start to do a little bit of attacking there. And again, essentially this is kind of what the, as far as the color scheme goes, that's why we create these, right? We did that for our Triton stuff, right? Triton in the hangar bay, and then in space, because again, that gave us a chance to say, okay, how would the colors change or whatever, or be influenced by what it looks like in space there. There's my white. Might even grab a little bit of that violet, and then this would be more of a, so we're gonna go with kind of the lighter, dry, brushy stuff here. Gotta refresh that brush. All oils all the time. You can see the difference already. One port side to the starboard side that we're gonna get to here. There we are. So I'll try to get you that too then, Valfera. Once again, look at this. It's just going to be boom, like so. And then it has a chance to do some blendy stuff. See you later, Doji. Have a great rest of the day, and best of luck on all the stuff there, of course. So you can see that's very, very different from the darker stuff that we just had here. Now I want to start doing some of the feathers here around the perimeter where things seem to have kind of set the fastest. I don't know, Landress, is this shape of ship? The Landress should be getting kind of nervous, right? If he's going to be around all these bird brains here, yeah, I think Gandalf should be getting a little bit nervous right there. So this is more of a brownish color right here. They've got a bit of the Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the umber mixed with some of the was it Mars Yellow Deep. Same deal here. And we'll just start working our way in, but the inner part there, I can see there's way too much shiny stuff there. That paint is not set, not really ready for us to work any kind of lighter mid-tone or whatever in there. So yeah, these are much more set, which means we can see we can work on that. There's still some thinner to work with though. Look at that. Look at that. See, I just picked up a whole bunch of thinner right there. Any ideas? We want to have several different colors. There's some that are more towards the kind of yellowish brown. Some maybe that are a bit on the neutral side, more even more gray. See right here, this is very, very, very wet still. So probably can't do a whole bunch over here. I mean, we can do a little something there, not too much more. So then we kind of move on to another area here. And again, just letting those things mix together. And the whole idea is that it's almost like think of it almost like say Russian camo there or something from World War II, or the was that early war where it's just kind of that brownish color that sort of also becomes a green. We're trying to kind of get as many different colors as we can, and of course, we've got our greens and blues here on the base. And I was hoping that each of our species or whatever would have maybe a little different spacescape on their base to maybe reflect what their space is like. So you can see we're mixing some of the light into there now. All right, so it's not quite as dark anymore. Certainly make this lighter here. Now this is very much set, so I can definitely do much more of a dry brush effect there. Also here. So again, Velfera, gray is not just dead gray. This is dead gray. Well, I'll let you do the honors, Velfera. No, I almost took away your honors there, Velfera. Why don't you do the honors? Because you'll see what actual dead gray looks like versus browns. Yeah, it is supposed to be a very subdued grayish brown. But I do think that a film noir reveals all, does it not, Velfira? I'm just going to try to sneak it in there anyway. It's not really the best time to be doing that, but I'm just going to do it anyhow. Now, again, when we do a film noir and we take away any semblance of color, well, there's gray. You can see here again, you can see that bit of yellowishness starting to creep in versus here, where it's all just dead gray. And here, let's maybe do it like there, because now you can see the base as well. So there we are. We're at 50 now. And of course, there's going to be more of that yellowish type color imparted into this. Just not right now. Well, actually, now we're going to get closer to it because we got a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there. I don't know if we can hit the feathers here. Oh, and again, we're just an hour in, too. We are 1 hour, 8 minutes in. Yeah, it's still a little bit too wet there for fooling around with that. So we have to almost kind of set that off to the side. And we'll have to be patient. We cannot be hasty, little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. And of course, speaking of hobbitses, thank you so much for the follows. Those are appreciated. Much like our landscape the other day, right, Valfira? Where initially there was not a whole bunch of color, and then as we went along, there was splashes of color everywhere. Come on. Okay, that one's supposed to go there. Whatever. I'll drop that over there too then. I'll make it even. So again, just trying to drop in a little bit of this lighter color on the and this is also, so it's starting to get a little bit more towards the yellow here. And I just had to wait for that to set a little bit. Yep. See, still too much of the liquid there. Of course, with the oils, if you want thicker paint to stick to something, there has to be thinner paint underneath. Just so that's what we got here. We got really thin paint there because of the glaze stuff. Well, then this is practically right out of the tube as far as how thick it is. And of course, with the oils, hashtag no layers. I mean, that's fine. You know, works with the acrylics and all that kind of stuff. It's not really what you want to be doing with the oils, because treating the oils like they're super slow at drying acrylics will make them dry super slow. And by super slow, I mean super slow. And look at this. I mean, that is practically now a dry brush. That was a sea of liquid there. I can't really mess with this yet because I can see the shiny up there. I can see how shiny that is. Which means gotta wait. Don't be hasty. And again, while I'm waiting for things to set, I'm just gonna start to drop in some lighter colors here and there. The weapons will be more of that, well, neutral gray or even maybe a bluish gray. Where is a... I'll just use this as a blending brush right now. There we go. Just doing this little tap, tap, tap routine here, that's all. And again, you can see some of our other classes of ships. So we have things like light cruisers there, escort ships like these. So the ships get progressively smaller. We also have tankers, troop transports. And the idea is that it's a real, genuine fleet instead of just, okay, it's just a bunch of gunships or something like that. I was trying to cargo ships, exploration ships. So it's not just only, okay, a certain type of warship and that's it. Now, definitely hoping for more than just that. Just using our one happy choice craft brushes here also is basically a micro filbert brush. Very, very teensy, very, very tiny. Let's do this side now. Over here. And eventually we'll be picking this thing up. I'm trying to give it as much time with as little stress on where we put the super glue and the green stuff as possible. Now here, let me do a little change. Now again, this is going to be a different gray right here. Actually, I'm going to make it more of a bluish violet. So that's a whole different shade of gray, kind of a bluish violet here. Now, almost more like what's on, say, the base. Also, very much a dry brush, as in like a massive dry brush. Very little paint on there. Like almost none. Again, I'm almost reaching for some of the sky blue there at this point. So yes, I don't know if I'll be able to start it Wednesday, but I will. This is this ship right here that you see in this animation. That is going to be the topic of a tutorial video for the Patreon page. It's called Painting Small Scale. Now, that was originally supposed to be this ship, but that ship did not print successfully the way I wanted to. This one did, so that's why we're using this one tonight. Now again, I've got other, the smaller, the mid-range ships. And yes, there are small fighters as well. I think I've got three. Well, kind of, your fighters, bombers, interceptors, that sort of thing. So it's there's multiple small craft as well, not just like one. I was tempted to actually have those have a little bit of glow in them. I don't think we shall do that. Although I might actually go a little bit more yellow with it. Let me see what happens with this mellow yellow. It's actually got my bluish color in there. Still going to have to wait though. Still, the thinner is still has to set more. Yeah, see that's just kind of mixing together. I mean that's fine, no big deal. Okay, we did that other side already. We gotta get this. There we are. So one of our other species has ships that are basically giant temples. There's the Gaia species, and they're essentially taking their habitat with them. They're sort of like space ants. Zhang is like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Space ants? How you doing there, Zhang? Nice to see you again, Zippy. Let's see. Oh, hey, 555. I know you've been. Oh, and Trusa. So, Trusa, welcome back. Nice to see you. And of course, Zippy Tuna, thank you so much for joining with the raid. Everybody, please give Zhang a follow. So, Zhang, I'm going to zoom out here a little bit so you can kind of see. There's a whole bunch of. There's so much stuff to show you, Zhang. This is all part of our new universe of starships that we are creating. I'm breaking out the brand new fleet here. And here's just, again, a few little samples of the ships. This is, well, here we go. Here's the species. So here we are. This is this is where the galaxy is just going to the birds right there. So these birds of a feather flock together with the Seri Republic. This is a little taste of what their ships look like right here. So again, that's the Seri Republic. And this is, again, the very first of those ships right here. Now, last week on Monday, we painted one of the human ships. This was a small ship right here. So this is basically almost like a small little landing craft type thing. I printed out bigger just to see what it would look like. And again, here is there is that ship in the hangar bay. Oh, look at that. There's that ship out in space. And now here is that ship in my hand right here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Zippy Tune. I appreciate that. So we're back to the tiny little ships again, I see, and in space. So there's no environment out there. Yeah, that just doesn't sound safe to me. So the guy that faces a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil thinks spaceships are not safe. Can we get a big 6 for Zippy Tuna here? I'm going to roll this way. Well, there we go. That's 2/3 of a 6 for Zippy Tuna. Now, Zhang, did you see this? We painted this on Wednesday. It was a special stream for Kathy. So there you go. There's Cyber Giro, and there's Cyber Kathy with, oh, look at this, some fabulous plaid. So there we go. So again, there's Cyber Giro, Cyber Kathy. That goes along with Cyber Wapelius. Now, our latest streams, let me show you what we got here. Oh, here he is. Yeah. So we're getting into our corrupted Cyberthurian characters. So we painted this one up on Friday, and then we painted this one up on Saturday. And again, these are the corrupted versions of our Cyberthurian characters. Here's Lancelot. There's the uncorrupted version of Lancelot right there. So you can see the same thing with the dragon theme. All right, here is our. Here we go. Here's our uncorrupted Lancelot bust. You can see the spires of digital Camelot. Again, this is I'll show you the game stuff there in a second there, Zhang. Now we did this on Thursday. You can see again the spires of Camelot there. Right, so this was our Thursday stream, and this, hopefully, it did make Our Lady of Shalott, or we call her Lady of Shallots. You can see right there, so that's in her mirror, because she represents the mainframe. So there's her digital mirror, and that reflects Camelot. We'll be painting some more of Camelot there too. Here's some more of our, again, recent streams here. So we finally had a chance to paint King Arthur. Again, you can see a combination of the digital and the modern. All right, so and again, those are the corrupted characters. They are falling to the predations of Mordred, right here. Nice to see you there, Irid. Irid, if you would like to share a link or something like that in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now here is our fabulous Cyber Galahad there. So Trusa, yep, I sculpted all of these. Again, they are all part of this universe right here for my game. And here's a little hint. There you go. You can see a little bit of the gameplay right there. You can even see we've been working hard on creating these. So there's the showcase version. There's the board game version of Nimue. So again, it's none of these characters are actually real or corporeal. They are just they all exist in cyberspace. And of course, again, here's some of the fabulous dice that we have made. So we've got ourselves dice. We have ourselves tokens, all kinds of fun stuff. And again, here is oh, I have them over here, don't I? Well, let's see. That's a little bit hard to reach. Let me see if I can snag those two. 1 second here. Let me move this out of the way. So here's some of our fabulous tiles right here. So these are the specialty tiles. So you got some relays there. Of course, everybody starts out at Digital Avalon. Now here's an example of a regular tile. We have, there's 3 different types of nodes that go over those. And then also, again, if that hex has been corrupted by Mordred in any way, we have a marker for that too. How are you doing there, 16-2? Great to see you. And of course, each character has their own kind of specialties and abilities, that sort of thing, Zhang. And again, we have tons and tons of different. Where's the Green Knight? Here he is. So here is the Green Knight. The Green Knight is not a playable character. He is an NPC, and well, when there's too much corruption around, that's when he can be. That's when he can show up, and it could be bad for the player characters. It could also be bad for Mordred, because if I can grab this here, I think this might be. Yeah. Oh, actually, this is for the role-playing game right here. I forgot about that. So this is for the role-playing game. These are some of the player character types. There's again, there's a character sheet. And then here again are some of the types of characters that you can play. I think we have a Flow Weaver here. Oh, there's our Relay Paladin. I think the next one might be the Flow Weaver. There it is. So there's the Flow Weaver. That's kind of almost like a Nimue type character there. So again, this is I've been working really hard on this 4 months there, Zhang. So Trusa, the idea is that you are trying to preserve the Grail code, and Mordred is trying to corrupt the Grail code. He's also trying to corrupt the players too. So think of it this way, Trusa: the once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. A dude on a horse with a sword, not going to do a whole bunch of good, right, Trusa? However, where's the greatest conflict? Well, that would be in cyberspace, would it not? Which means that's where they are. Again, non-corporeal beings fighting a war in cyberspace. You have nation states, right, engaging in cybernetic conflict. You have, well, regular folks doing the same thing. So that is where they appear. And again, the mainframe is the Lady of Shalott. As you can see, all circuits lead to the Lady of Shalott. And of course, the digital tears are because she sees what is happening to digital Camelot. And of course, again, your hero characters, they are trying to preserve that. Uh, I wish I could show you the corrupted version of Galahad because, again, the Grail code is written into his armor. When he becomes corrupted, oh my gosh, it gets really bad. It gets very ugly for Galahad once that happens. So, Ira, did you have a chance to post your stuff in the chat there? Everybody, please, again, give Ira Wife a follow. So, appreciate you being here, Ira, and thanks so much for the raid there, Zhang. I know you probably have to take off pretty soon. Oh, and by the way, all these painted with oils. Oh, yep, see? I swear I didn't see that message there, Zhang. I swear I didn't see that message when I said that. But have a great rest of the night there, Zhang. Again, appreciate the raid. Yeah, gonna go a little later here. Again, all these are oil paints right here. So again, you can see our fabulous base. Here's our 60 millimeter base version. So the capital ships go on 90s. Your mid-range ships, again, light cruisers, that sort of thing. Maybe to your heavier transports. Those will go on that size base. I'm gonna try and get some of our later stuff now into these feathers over here. So if you check out the Instagrams there, you'll see all kinds, and I mean all kinds, of 75 mil showcase figs. Also, too, again, the bas reliefs too, and the busts. So we're doing 75 mil sculpts. We're doing bas reliefs. We're doing busts. We're doing 2D art. We're also doing the board game sculpts, and also working on the RPG. Now the RPG and the board game are both very much tied together. The RPG is not it's not like an XP hunting, we'll just say just a hack and slash sort of thing. It's really meant for actual role playing. And instead of like maps and all this other kind of stuff, you're essentially using the game piece from the board game. And this is meant to be printable games, as in you get the files that you can print out the figures, the tiles, the dice, the characters. You can print it all out yourself. Actually, Trusa, believe it or not, I'm also working on sort of like a video novel type of thing there, Trusa, where, okay, if you want to hear the story of Mordred, well, it will be the character of Mordred speaking in his voice, telling the story from his point of view. And he will most definitely have some kind of British accent there, Trusa. And obviously Arthur, Nimue, Lancelot, all of the characters, again, will be speaking in their own voice, and they will be, again, kind of telling their story or, their personal, what their whatever is. I've been using some material that I did like 30 years ago there, Trusa. It was this Bajoran sky. Well, actually, it was the skylore of 4 different species: Klingon, human, Romulan, and Bajoran. And I've basically been taking those old stories and then seeing if I can make spoken word stuff that sounds kind of like the appropriate character or whatever. So yes, this is just the start there, Trusa. we're just literally getting underway with that stuff. There is much more on the way. And all of it is based on paintings that I did in the 90s and these other publications. So that the stuff has been around forever. I just, at that time, there was not the means to produce it, except very crudely. Now, there's much more ability to do all the stuff that I kind of visualized doing way back in the day. Here we are. And also, too, this is its own universe as well. And each of the species also has a sky lore. So this species will also have a sky lore of their own. And again, this is a kind of a look-see just in general what their ships look like. And you can again see it starting to emerge here. So this is one of the core species there. You kind of have there's like the big 6 species, and then there's kind of some minor ones because there's one part of space. It's really more. It's more like an empire of a bunch of different species together. They're not very homogeneous. Not very homogeneous at all. And there's also obviously non-aligned worlds. There we are. Let me working a little bit this here. So I hope that the rest of the weekend was fantastic there, Erin. Of course, hopefully everybody had a fantastic rest of their weekend. By the way, 1 hour 31 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. There was none at all. And I'm trying to. We will eventually get back down to this side of our ship here, but we're focused up here on the dorsal side for now. Like even here, I had to wait. Even there, it's still a little bit more difficult to try and get some of our paint down into here because there's some of our glaze stuff is still trying to set there. Glad that went well there, Irid. There's been plenty of not well stuff, right? So glad that there was maybe a little bit of stuff that was slightly easier. We don't ask for much, right, Irid? It's like, could we just have something that's mildly easier? That would be nice. Doesn't have to be perfect, just maybe a little less crazy. We'll settle for that. Now up here, we're going to try to get ourselves some more light along these edges too. All along these things. Again, just kind of using this like a filbert type brush here. Actually, Arid, I got to do the same. I might, geez, Arid, I might even be I am tempted, the sacred tomato plant that's sitting there in the living room that's like 4 feet tall, that might be going into the ground, might be planting that actually later this week. It's possible. Nurgle Matthew, I was kind of hoping that people would like all these new designs. Because there's, like I said, Nurgle Matthew, there's going to be some really, really, really fun designs. As unique as these might be, there's actually more unique designs coming. I pretty much right now have, I want to say, at least 6 different fleets very far along. Obviously, the Terraforce fleet, the Chetzok consortium, we got Seri Republic, and then we have the Jalaran Empire. And then there's again those kind of smaller races, the Wodan, the Alchiba, the Iridanians. Those are the ones that have those kind of temple fleets I was telling you about, Nurgle Matthew. Zippy Tuna, I've got actually. I wonders. I think here. Let me just unplug that. It'll be easier. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if I've taken them. I think I still have these pictures here to see. Here we go. Yeah, there we are. So these we're just growing these from seeds right here, And we've already done 3 digs in the garden. So last year I established this garden. Like this big square here, that was not there. At this time last year, it was not there. Much easier doing it now. Yes, but with all the heavy digging, let's put it this way, I found like 1/3 of a brick. Whereas last year's Zippy Tuna, I dug up enough bricks to build 3 Great Walls of China. Like literally could have rebuilt the Great Wall of China 3 times over with the amount of bricks that I dug up. And that sacred tomato plant I was talking about there, Zippy Tuna, that thing was one of the seeds left over from last year's planting. It is currently about 4.5 feet tall, and I've chopped probably 3 feet off of it over the course of, well, the last several months. Well, basically a year. That stupid plant is about a year old now. It's not quite a year old, but it's getting real close to it. And I actually hung ornaments and Christmas lights on it, Zippy Tuna. That's why we call it the sacred tomato plant. I do believe there was a holiday song written about it, Zippy Tuna. Yes, sort of like the old Christmas tree, but tomato plants. Thanks, Zippy Tuna. And actually, I got so used to. I was telling this to the neighbor. I got so used to after every stream, I would take the stuff from the from the garden that I just pulled out earlier that day, and I would have a salad after the stream, just made from stuff from the garden. And now that we're about 5.5, 6 weeks ahead of where we were last year, I'm really looking forward to it. Now, of course, last year there was a sudden and tragic end to the garden when things went. And was it mid no, yeah, basically mid-November, went from 70 degrees to 20 degrees and about 3 inches of snow. Yeah, that needless to say, the tomato plants weren't super enthused about that, and they pretty much just called it quits for the rest of the year there. There was no gradual whatever. It was just like, okay, they ain't here anymore. They're gone. Let me start getting this stuff in here. There we are. So, yeah, Nergo Matthew, there's one ship for the El Chiba. It basically looks like a turtle. Like the Korean turtle ships, that was kind of the inspiration for that. So it's a very heavily armored transport ship. There's a couple of ships that look like whales. Their carrier looks like a giant, either a manta ray, something like that. There's other ships that again resemble other types of aquatic life. Oh, and then the Space Sense. Yeah, the Space Sense, that would be the Gaia. And all of their ships are habitat ships. So they basically take their habitat with them pretty much wherever they go. So all of their ships have kind of the biodomes and all that sort of stuff. They have lots of leafy bits. Yes, a lot of leafy bits on those ships. Now we'll try again, get some lighter stuff here on some of our weapons arrays. There we go. So yeah, I had completely forgotten I had all of this stuff. It was sitting there, and it was again things that I wanted to turn into. Well, at that time, I wanted to do like the illustrated novel type thing. Now, now instead, with the capabilities that I've got now, I want to do video novels. And the first experiments that I did with the Skylore stuff, I know I've sent you some of those, at least one of them, Velfair. I got another, I think I got two more I can send you so you can see those. Uh, some of those, I mean, they're pretty intense, some of those. And I was thinking, yeah, that could be really, again, that could be very interesting for our Cyberthuria stuff. Actually, this is, I'm really digging this because we have not done any ships this color ever. We haven't done anything even remotely this color yet. So this is, I mean, that's kind of why I did this species. And that's why you can't really see it too much here because it's kind of influenced by all the ambient lighting and the sun and all that kind of stuff. But again, this is kind of the lighting, and some of them, the wings are a bit more on the gold side. Hey there, Lead Logic. Nope, this is my own universe. This is my own universe. We're gonna nominally call it the
Hello, little
Journeys of the
hobbits.
Compass
Spark my
Rose.
guns.
Thank you so much, maybe Juno. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. So great to see you there, Led Logic. Actually, Led, if you wanted to share anything, please go ahead. Is this some kind of a joke here? He's like, there was this. Yeah, let me guess. Guahir is looking for me. I know, I know. He's like, well, he kind of sent me. Is that what all those pointy bits? Is that where they're pointing at me? Oh, I gotta go shopping. I forgot. Yes, I got me some more. Gotta get some more fireworks. Let's see what happens here from maybe Juno. We actually had one Gandalf 6 already. Well, it's half a 6. Half a Gandalf is better than none, says a Balrog. So yeah, Lead Logic. It's all my own universe. And again, this is just one of the species here. There's a whole slew of different species. Well, speaking of dropships, here is the again. That's one of the Terraforce dropships right there. That's the Triton class. There's also a cargo hauler version of this Lead Logic. Camden, we haven't even had a chance to get any of the glowy stuff on here. I'm really looking forward to that, Camden. I think that's going to be super fun. And Camden, I think I showed you some of the other ships too. Again, I know I have more to send, folks. Uh, it changes so quick, so much new stuff that I can't remember what got sent to folks. Thanks, Lid Logic. Here we go, and it's a little bit lighter. This is not our. That's not our kind of warm grayish color. This is a much cooler color. There's actually a little bit of blue in there. We'll probably do well. Not probably. We will be coming back with some of our darker stuff here too, and creating some more edges. Now, Cam, did we do our usual glazy stuff right as you were heading into the shall we say the court phase there? Now I can finally start to get some lighter stuff down here. I mean, again, nothing crazy right now. Nothing too crazy here. But you can see again, there's a whole underside to this ship. And again, we've got all. I mean, I try to make as many different classes of ships as possible. So here's kind of your light cruiser class. So all the capital ships, they go on the 90 mil bases. This is another kind of more of an escort ship right here. Again, there's I think it's called the Sky Claw. Yeah, it's called the Sky Claw. It's a drop ship. It's kind of like the Triton there. Then there's others. Some of the other like the specialty ships look really wild. So I can't wait for you to see them, Lead Logic. And again, the Ulchibun race there, that's basically a race of fish people. And like I said, one of the ships is inspired obviously by the turtle ships, the Korean turtle ships. And of course, they also have ships that bring their environment with them. Yeah, we'll keep going again with this blue. So you can see we're starting to now drop in some colors here. So Zippy, yeah, there were all kinds of insults in the stories that I had written years ago. Needless to say, the people that didn't like the fish folk and the birdies, uh, needless, a lot of bird brain type stuff and references to birds of a feather and all that sort of thing. Of course, now with a more modern aspect to it, there, Nurgle Matthew, memes. I don't know if memes are still a thing hundreds of years from now, but if they are, we'll have them in that universe where where there's people that are memeing the Seri Republic and all kinds of references to the Seri homeworld is some kind of a chicken restaurant or something like that. Trying to lighten up some stuff here. There we go. Uh, there's actually, it's a sort of an attack ship. It's got DACA like this. It's really small. It's a much smaller ship, but it's got some serious. I mean, one or two hits and it's gonna be gone. But it's got itself some serious firepower that it's packing. There's a really there's some really interesting troop transport for these guys too. But the fish guys, they have there's a stealth ship that looks very much like almost like a cross between a stingray and an octopus. There we are. Again, it's starting to work in some more of our light stuff in here. We got much more that we can do. Again, we're what? Not even 2 hours in. 1 hour 48 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So Nurgle Matthew, actually, what's weird, Nurgle Matthew, is that every time I try to go into Discord to do that, it takes forever for me to find. Because it's just Runeforge Gaming. Is that what's on? That's what it is. The Discord server channel, whatever there, Nurgle Matthew. Yeah, there was no way I could do it until tonight. Well, after the stream there, Nurgle Matthew. Nurgle Matthew. Oh, I don't think I have. Geez, I don't have the stickers here to show you, but uh, there are stickers from various stickers made from this. Now, of course, the hair is magenta and there's plaid and stuff. But actually, Nurgle Matthew have a whole series of stickers that I made from that. And of course, Nurgle Matthew. Uh, I will need test printers for this too. It's not just for the Cyberthuria game. So, if you like to maybe try and print out some of our ships here or something like that, that would be super cool. Now let me get. Oh, and Camden, I got some of the different browns and such from the from our fabulous line of Paul Rubens' paints here that we're using. So again, I'm just going to do a quick little lighter dry brush down here. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, there's a whole bunch of new stickers. Obviously, we're going to be making more stickers of the Cyberthuria stuff since I have more stuff than I did at Adepticon. Also, we're going to be making stickers of this universe. Let's put it this way: I might have like 100 new stickers by the time Adepticon rolls around again. Good grief! Actually, there might be 100 more by Gen Con. Now this is going to have some green in it here. Little touch of that green right in there. So again, not quite like what we do at our goal, but sort of in the same. Oh, wait. We grab this. So I don't remember what this one is. Let me see if I can find it for you here, Camda. It was these two. It was this one, which is olive green. Oh, fabulous olive green, Camda. And then is this the ochre? Oh no, raw brown. There you go. So raw brown and the olive green. Remember? Oh, that's kind of like the we were talking about that early war Soviet uniform color. Yeah, this is kind of like early war Soviet uniform color there. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, I'm gonna do the usual thing that I do is just kind of write down the scores and stuff. Is it the usual suspects again there, Nurgle Matthew? And also too, was I wrong to think that last month there were way fewer things to judge than there was the month before? How's about we welcome in AD Creations? How you doing there, AD? Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And of course AD, well you got it finished now. Actually now AD, what are you doing next? Yeah, see I get to do that to you. I get to do that to you now, AD. What you doing next now that is all done? And of course AD, you can show that, right? I think you can show that. AD, is it still 91 there? Because I saw what you sent me. I wasn't sure if it was still there or if it's maybe dropped down a little bit. Now, is it one of the large scale ones there, AD, or did you kind of make it a little bit more like 50 something mil? Yeah, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. We are painting the first of our starships from this species right here. Geez, that's even, wow, AD, that's even better. That is even better. So here we go. The universe has gone to the birds. It has gone to the birds. Here we go. The planet of the chicken shacks right here. So that's the Seri Republic. You can see the different occupations and such there. And all of our Seri ships are going to kind of resemble these. So you can get a little bit of an idea of the colors right there. And again, here's the actual ship. We painted this earlier in the stream. So all of our ships get that little spacescape kind of background like this here. So this was a little test ship that I did last week. Obviously, this is before we got our fabulous new bases here that I made. And also a hex thing there. But yeah, that's all part of our fabulous brand new universe of starships. And of course, our last stream was this right here. There's the corrupted version of Lancelot. Oh, look at that. There's the non-corrupted version of Lancelot. Still, though, with the same dragon theme. We also did the bust version of Lancelot here. And you can see, again, there's the non-corrupted version of Lancelot. Still a dragon theme. Also here we have, again, the spires of digital Camelot, which are reflected in this little landscape. And we're going to be doing another one of these on our Thursday stream. So you can see, again, the spires here of our Cyber Camelot in the background. Okay, that's good, Nurgle Matthew, because There's not that first one was brutal there, Nurgle Matthew. That actually took like an hour and a half, almost yeah, well over an hour and a half. I don't know how long it took you, but yeah, that's actually that's good nose, right, Camda? That is very good nose. We like to have good nose. So yeah, everybody, please check out. I don't know if you posted your link already there, AD, but everybody, please give AD Creations a follow because that would be fantastic. So again, we're trying to work in some of the lights on our ship here. There it is. Check that out. Check out that link that AD Creations just shared. And of course, give AD Creations a follow. Now, AD, I mean, like I was telling you in the message there, I mean, that you have to kind of feel like compared to before that was kind of done at warp speed. See what I did there, Camden? See what I did there? Yep, that's what I just did. Now we're trying to get there. We're a little bit lighter, edgy there on these wings here. Let's turn this baby around. And now that that green stuff has had a chance to set in there, now I can finally start turning this around into more directions here and get at it from different angles. Still using one of my little crafty brushes here as a like a tiny little micro filbert brush, as we call it. Little micro filbert brush. Uh, would you say I just was speculating on the last one there, Nurgle Matthew, that the usual suspect after a while, the usual suspects kind of continue to trounce the other folks, and then you don't see as many of the other folks, Nurgle Matthew. I wasn't sure if that's kind of another thing we're starting to see. Because I could, from the very first, from the jump there, I could see that happen, and I'm like, okay, I have a feeling the results might kind of keep going the same way every time. Nope, I got to get the light over here. There we are. Also, some there. Also, some here. Now we haven't really got much of a light on this side. Let's rectify that. And again, I want to have some lights inside here on the sides of our ship as well. All right, let's skip back to some of our bluish grays here. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Now, Grand Oracle, I could swear that I sent you some of the pictures and videos and stuff here of that I've been showing on the stream. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. And of course, it's this weekend, right? The big event. Or is it next? I'm sorry if I'm getting it confused. I think it's this weekend. Yeah, it's got to be. It has to be this weekend. And again, Grand Oracle, I hope that that's very fun and that it goes very well. So yeah, again, this is the first of our ship. Yep, so Friday through Sunday. And of course, we have several different classes. Now, I was going to be painting, this was actually supposed to be a tutorial video, and the carrier was supposed to be the ship that I was painting, except, well, we're kind of going through a battle with the printer settings and the resin and all that kind of stuff. Now, I've been trying to use the GPTs there, Grand Oracle, because, get this, Grand Oracle, I'm even feeding in the room temperature. So I say, here's the printer, here's the resin. I show it the build plate, Grand Oracle, with all the the angles and the supports and stuff. I said, so here's the build plate. It is 76 degrees in that room. I'm using clear blue on the Anycubic Mono X with this type of file, with this setup, this resin, and this temperature. What settings should I use? Now we're still trying to kind of figure out, okay, is this actually reliable or is it just creating too many variables? And of course, now that it's not winter time, I think we're going to have a more consistent temperature in there. instead of, oh, look, it's 65 degrees. Yesterday it was 72. So I don't know if this is going to work, but that's currently what I've been trying to do. Is that sort of a setup there? And again, I feed it the picture. They say, all right, here's what I'm doing. Here's how it's angled. Here's how the supports look. I'll send it usually 3-4 pictures of that. And I'll say, all right, it is now it's 74 degrees in that room. Don't know if that's going to work. It may not. It could fail horribly. But to me, Grand Oracle is better than just guessing. Because eventually, a pattern will be recognized, right, Grand Oracle? And I can say, okay, this is what we've established here. This clearly works. This clearly does not. So unfortunately, there might be way more failures in the printing process. I mean, that's with new printers, right, Grand Oracle? That happens. I'm sure you've been through the same thing, right, Nurgle Matthew? But AD, I'm glad that you were able to paint the giant version of that. I'm looking forward to that. We're also going to be starting up this series this week too. Episode 1 of our 75 mil corrupted Morgan Le Fay on her serpent throne. Yeah, I wasn't sure how interesting, shall we say, it got initially, right, with the Hagears printer there for you, Grand Oracle. When you're still trying to figure out, okay, how's it going to work in this environment with this resin and these type of files? More of that here. Well, that's fantastic there, AD. I'm just glad that you could enjoy some of the Nerixon stuff. Nerixon does some really nifty things. Now, eventually, I'm going to have to treat myself to maybe some 140 mil version of my Cyberthurians. Because I do enjoy painting the 75s. I guess maybe the bas-reliefs are sort of like a little sneak preview of what it would be like to paint, say, the 100-somethings. Now, AD, I didn't have a chance to look and see, when wasn't sure if your whole week was supposed to be warm like that. So again, look at this. I got 2 fingers on the end of a teensy little crafty brush right here. We're just waiting for this to set up a little bit more. So Grand Oracle was the same approach that we've kind of done with all the other starships. Lighter dry brush stuff on this, let it set, paint the base. While the glue and green stuff sets here, then we do the nice little glazy type thing there, some pin line washes and everything. So now I'm going to try and develop some of this stuff again along the ventral side of the hull. I'm going to get some more of our lighter blue in there. Also going to come back with some of our darker stuff too. Can't just keep going lighter, lighter, lighter. Now AD, is that going to be with a certain other person there? Helping with some glass stuff? I guess Kate was at I don't know if she was at a hotel or a show or something like that, and let's just say there was shenanigans with the room or something like that. I'll tell you after the stream, unless you already know. So yeah, Camden, while you were gone, we had a fabulous raid from Zhang, and of course AD was kind enough to bring a whole passel of folks along to the Wappleverse here. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? Oh, look at this. Very special thing for, here we go, a hype train for Inganes. Inganes is in the 100 club. So we got 110 and we've got our 3 115s. Right, Cam, you guys are all the 115 club there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ingones just shared. And everybody please give Ingones a follow as well. Yeah, so I don't know what's the, boy, AD, um, good grief, those storage units. Uh, I tried to take as much as I could, AD. There's no more room here. There's no more room in the inn. Yeah, there is no more room in the inn here. Well, actually, technically, there wasn't really room in the inn back then either, AD. I hope that you're doing well there, Uber Yeti. I think I sent you a few pictures of stuff. I got a ton more that I'll send you. Again, there's so much stuff that I've been working on between the different fleets, the RPG stuff. Of course, Uber Yeti, why don't you share some stuff in the chat as well? I know you got stuff you can share. And again, we're going to get some more darks down in there. Let's start fooling around up here with maybe some things that are a little bit lighter. On some more of these mounts over here. Let's get this stuff here. I know well, there's probably lots of the heavier stuff in there too, AD. And by heavy, I mean like really heavy. So yeah, tell them I'm sorry that I can't take any more stuff off their hands because there is nowhere to put it. It'd have to basically go on top of the house or in the neighbor's house, AD. Yeah, that's the only place there is for stuff. Be in the neighbor's house. And I'm pretty sure that Jose, Minerva, and Delilah, they wouldn't like it too much if I was to just condemn random parts of their house and just say, okay, I claim this house for Art Clay World. Okay, sorry about that, AD. That's one of those no bueno kind of things, right? It's like, wait a minute, you're quadruple on the 5 times the price there. Well, best of luck clearing out everything there, AD. More of that over here. Now, that's not the ones by Cicero, is it, AD? There we go. Okay, so that was like this one. I was waiting to see. Even now, there's still some of our glazy stuff sitting down in there. Oh no, no, no! I want. Here we are. So this, believe it or not, this actually has a greenish tinge to it. It is not actually a brownish color. It's actually kind of a greenish tinge. And we're just working a little bit more of our kind of lighter mid-tones and such. We kind of had to wait a little bit here. Because remember, initially this was all very, very, very much a wet glaze thing just sitting there. See, even now when I do that, there's still some of that glaze stuff sitting in there. Where are we at? Over here. So again, sorry that you have that extra commotion there, AD, to deal with. Yeah, let's just keep going with this here. I think we pretty... No, we still can get that side later. All right, fine. All right. Still working with a brush that maybe costs, well, I don't know. Do the math, because this right here is a set of 50. And I do believe on the Amazons it's around 9-ish. So that's how much these guys cost. Do they last a long time? No. They get destroyed really quickly. But that does mean that our other brushes that we don't want to have get destroyed really quickly. Well, those have a longer, happier life. Yes, they those higher end brushes don't get squished quite as fast, and these can actually do stuff. Believe it or not, that the pricier ones really don't necessarily do so well. So better even beyond that. So again, it's almost time, I think, to start doing here. Let's get some darks in here. Let's do that. Grab you. Start doing some edges here. So I'm going to get a little bit of the Van Dyke brown mixed with our coal black slash Mars black. Don't want it to be too thin though. Not looking to do more pin line washes. Just breaking this down here, breaking it down. I think we're good now. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. Now here we're going to get some crispier edges along here. I'm not sure that our bird folk really like hearing the word crispy. I don't think they like hearing 11 herbs and spices either. I'm pretty sure that our bird folk don't like that very much. Yes, it's the Guajir faction. I don't know, Camden. We were talking about Middle Earth and space. Maybe it is Middle Earth and space. We have the eagles are coming. We have the eagles. Now I didn't do a bear species though. I was gonna do an Ursay type species. So yeah, lead logic. There might be one or two quips in some of the stories and such. Maybe saying a few not so nice things about some of our fish folk and our Seri Republic folks. They they might be saying some things that are not super generous. Also, too, panel lineage. We haven't forgotten about that either. Yeah, that's a little too heavy there. That's okay. Darken that edge there too. Okay, and this one and this one. Let's clean you up. Clean you up here, and we'll just darken that down a little more, like so. I'm gonna take some of this over here so we can maybe get some of the liquid out of that. And now we're going to try again, do ourselves some panel lineage here. And that's going to go in, again, some different directions, not just straight lines down. Like so. So not really going to do a bunch of the Aztecing per se. So now we're just going to, again, try to work in some panel lineage here. This away. So again, not the usual type of patterns that you would see for some of our starships. Right, not quite so, say, symmetrical as what we did on our Triton class troop transport. Well, Cam, I hope that you enjoyed the thing yesterday. I don't know if you got a chance to see me showing off the RPG stuff or not. I think you might have come in after that. Even this, again, kind of a dark brown, that's happening here. Now we need, there's a couple of edges we got to do. We got this one first, and this right here. The One Happy Choice brushes, they don't do this kind of stuff. This is not what they do, but that's not what they're there for. They're there to do that other stuff. Other stuff there. Yeah, well, hopefully, you can play that with the kids there, Camda. And we're gonna do some of the same stuff on the other side. Now over here, I'm gonna have to just kind of wait on that, not really do that because, well, I'll just be wiping it. My fingers are gonna be sitting on these quite a bit, so you can see that paint's gonna be coming off of there. So yeah, not gonna fool around with that too much. Not right now, anyways. Also, in here, all right, just super quick, and then we got lighter stuff to do in there too. We're just, yeah, we're like 2 hours 15 minutes in. That's it. A mere 2 hours 15 minutes. We work the same edge over here, like so, and now let's do some of our same panel lineage over here. And I got a very different sort of panel line work that we had on the other side. Yes, the very hangry orcs there, Camda. The hangry Hurakai. Just kind of repeating some of our panel lines over onto the side. Now out here, some of the panel lines are sculpted in. Some of it was sculpted in here. These, I'm just kind of, we're just doing these. We're just doing these right here. There we are. I think it, let's see, no, it goes that way. All right. Comes out this way. There's another box up here. That comes down that way. We go here and all the way across. Another one up here and then down there. Now let's get these. Get these mounts here. Get a little bit of edgy stuff happening there. We need that. Wings, feathers, like so. Separate these guys some more. Nice. On these cowlings here, plenty of things that we're going to separate with some darks here. Also some panel lineage. What this does is that it makes this teensy thing look a little bit less teensy. I just say, well, gee whiz, I know what those panel lines, or those panels, I know how big those should be. Good grief, if they're that small, this thing must be really big. So that's a little bit of strategery there. Is again trying to create the sense of scale and size with a little bit of optical delusion. Optical delusions are the best delusions. Here, let me get that going all straight down here. Come across like that. Comes down. Whoops. This way and over. Did I get that top part? Sort of. There's actually some panel lineage that comes out this way, that way. Boom. So over in these shapes, right, they were just kind of random bumps. Now they start to take on a little more form, a little more purpose. And again, we're going to do more of our panel lineage like so. Now also think of it almost like directional brushstrokes. It kind of gives you an idea of what direction is that plate kind of angled towards. Now what I would like to do is this. Like so. So this is kind of a feature of all of the capital ships. All of the Seri Republic capital ships kind of have this same motif here. There's one of the fishy ships. It looks almost like a clownfish. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. I mean, it's not going to have that color, but it has the really big fins on it. All right, we got it. Some dark here, especially. I mean, we can only do so much with the mid-range because it's mostly what we've been doing is mid-range, lighter mid-range. Now we're starting to get into some of our darker stuff. Then, once we've done this, we can start thinking about something that's more like a highlight color for sure. So sorry, we're kind of painting this one ship here because I needed to establish. Oh, and by the way, these open areas here, that's where you can put the name of the ship. It's either classification or if it's a part of a task force or something like that. That's what that area is for. For various ship identification stuff. That goes back. Oh my, wooden ships, Iron Men. Yeah, that was it. Oh, Micronauts, right? Those really tiny little sailing ships. And I actually made out of Sculpey. I made bases that had the names of the ships on them. Yeah, can't. I really can't wait to get those ships worked out kind of the same way here. Doing this faction though first, I learned an awful lot. Well, even the other factions that I've done, I learned an awful lot about. Okay, how should I approach making those from the start? Yes, a great deal was learned. I'll have a much different approach, even just on the very next fleet that I do. Some hard lessons learned. Great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate you being here, like always, Sea Dragon. Here's hoping that Sunday treated you very well. Now we're not really looking to paint feathers here, right? So what I'm going to try and do is something again like what we did on the other side there. So like what we did up there. And then we'll really hit that pretty hard with, say, our Indian yellow and white mix. All right, and let's, well, fine. I'm just going to put this here. I know it's all going to get wiped out anyways, but I'll just put it there just to indicate it. Thanks, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon is just the very start of this one of the first species here. So there's the Seri Republic, and of course this is kind of a general motif of what their ships are going to look like as far as their color schemes and such. So Lid Logic, just like the Cyberthuria game, it's a game that I am making. Because I wanted to, just like the Cyberthuria board game and RPG tied together, I was kind of hoping to tie in the fleet system, RPG stuff all together. Just to make it a little bit more story-based. I need to start doing some panel lineage on this too. I don't know if we're going to do that right just now at this time. Cut these into some more pieces and parts here. Now, Sea Dragon, what's fun is that the base itself can almost be like another part of the color scheme that identifies it as a certain species or whatever. And that we kind of sort of did that with some of the BFG stuff. So yes, Sea Dragon, I already have a huge start on the RPG game as well for the Cyberthuria stuff, because it literally just draws from the board game. There's not separate maps and all this other kind of stuff. You are essentially using, potentially even just, okay, if you played a game of the board game, you use that tile map layout, that becomes your map for your RPG experience. And it's not supposed to be about the hack and slash type stuff and treasure hunting and all that. And XP collection. XP is really not a big deal. And I was showing off earlier in the stream, I think I've got, there's 6 for sure classes that I'm going to have. The 7th one is an experimental one. That's basically a fractured. So basically you are already corrupted by Mordred. That would be for more, let's say if there's just like, okay, you and the GM or something like that, versus you, say, in a party of Grail Knights or whatever. Nice to see you there, Erdemico. So Erdemico, if you want to share stuff, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. Great to see ya. Here we go. Again, just trying to get this edge, and then we're going to take our Indian yellow, mix it with our white. Now that we're again starting to get some of our panel lines out here, we can see what kind of how we want to proceed from here. More panel lineage over here. Great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, well, you know the deal. You got to post your stuff there, that fabulous oil painted stuff. Yeah, gots to do that. Here we go. Let me reflect that same line here. So it's going to come up from here down to there. So I hope that you do it real well there, Surface Tension. Down over this, I'm going to have two like that. That will come out this direction. Back down again. So again, kind of sensing how these panel lines are going to work here. Down that way. Come here. A little angle there. And now we're finally starting to join with some of these actual sculpted on panel lines here. Yeah, surface tension. Well, I guess not sure if the death orb shield, is it out of control, or is it just kind of there? Because every so often that death orb shield really gets out of control. Again, a device created by the ancient Welsh Landians many thousands of years ago. Where's my... Oh, I do have my Indian yellow, but I actually maybe break out ye old fast matte white here. Where you hiding? There you are. Oh, geez, we are closer to... I was thinking, we're only maybe not even 2 hours in. No, we're actually getting closer to 3 hours in. Yeah, we started a little bit earlier tonight. I was actually hoping for even earlier than this, but hey, it's better than nothing. Just chucking me some thinner over here. We got this over here. Where's my... There it is. Okay, I need to just really get this stuff out of here. There we are. I think we got it now. More of the Indian yellow in there. Alright, no, I'm going to throw a drop of thinner in this way. More of my Indian yellow. Now let's see what happens when we do this. On the edges of our wings here. Now we're talking. Yeah, the unpredictable season of what's going to happen with the Death Orb shield. Which direction is it going to go? Everybody, again, check out the Mastodon link there, and also the Instagram link that Arda Michaels shared. Lighter on the edges here. And that will do the same thing up here. Not really going to do too much up here because, I mean, you can see there is a point, maybe at like hour 3, I go to refresh the medicine, and I might also kind of wipe some of this stuff off of my hands. Because, yeah, that'll start to transfer around once I'm not sticking my hands on things. More of it here. Plus you. There we are. Even a little more here. So I'm going to get this. No, I'm just going to use my thinner here. A little drop of it there. Break this down. What have we got here? Come on, a little more. There we are. Bingo. Looking at more of our, like right along the edge there. Same now on the port side. All the way down, like so. Few more edges on those, not feathers. They're not really feathers. Doing this. Now, I'm pretty sure that this are fishy ships. These will be some of the most difficult to print out. There's a much more boxy ship like that. The Terraforce ships, Chetzok, Jaloran, those are much boxier ships. So those, and also those are going to be featured in some sculpting videos, some Blender sculpting videos. I basically tried to have it so there would be 3 different fleets that I could show to. Okay, here's how you make an entire fleet of ships using these basic bits. Whereas these ships are kind of like all constructed at once. What I was hoping to do in Blender there was show, okay, we created a whole bunch of pieces. Now let's see what we can do with those pieces and create an actual fleet of ships with different classes of ships, big ships, small ships, medium size. Man, when I heard it was 81 degrees there in NC, I was wondering what it might be up there for you. It was about 86 here yesterday. Then I think right now it's probably about 67-ish degrees here. I think it maybe got up to 77 today. We definitely could get some lighter stuff going in here. Something a little lighter there. All right. Well, it's 83.3 in this room. Have yourself a good night's sleep there, AD, and congratulations once again. If you want to share your stuff one more time there, AD, before he heads out the door. So yeah, there's 83.3 degrees in this room. Now the key thing is the humidity is 35%. So the classic dry heat, there you go. Away we go here. Yes, some of that. So again, check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. All right, is nice. Start getting some of the lighter stuff on our little weapons and sensors up here too. If you want to, okay, so these different base sizes, how do they translate to the game? When you measure, it's either going to be from the bridge. My first thought is just measure from here. That way it's easier for everything. It doesn't matter what the ship design is. You're pretty much measuring from the same point all the time. It was another reason for these things here too. The idea again that helps you orient the ship. It's heading, it's facing, whatever. Easier to do with a hex than say with a, well, I don't know, a circle. I was even one thing I wanted to do is make some kind of printable hexes, maybe just paper type hexes or something that you would essentially, what is it? Ascendancy, right? Yeah, where you create you're exploring, right? That was another thing that I wanted to do for this because there are certain regions of space that are, well, somewhat dangerous. Yeah, we've got, I think, well, actually, I still got to start up the other large. Once I get those other two dehumidifiers going, there will be, I believe, seven, at least six, if not seven, dehumidifiers going in the house. Actually, it could be more like eight if I get some of the smaller ones going. All right, so now see these are starting to, those are starting to take effect there. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow because that would be fantastic. Come on, there we are. Let me get some light down here. All right. So that is see how different that is from this side, and that's again just we did the darker stuff, and that means that these highlights that we're doing they have much more impact, don't they? All right, gotta do the same deal over here with these weapons and sensors. Hit the end of this a little more, like you do there. Come on, there. We got that now. More edges here. More of these edges that we get, right? More ship-like this becomes. All right, more of our light along our weapon mounts here. Gotta do this side. Let me get this out of the way here 1 second. There we are. Just was trying to get to my reference once again. There was a couple other screens piled in the way there. I might do a little bit more with some of my darker stuff on the back of this, I think. Yeah, see, we got plenty of it up here. We might need to do some towards the back of this weapon mount here. And yeah, we got plenty of other ship classes here. This is a light cruiser, and you can see that's a 60 mil base. So again, a non-capital ship. You can see it still has some shooties, still got some DACA on there, but obviously nowhere near the size of this. This and the carrier are the two biggest ships. Just in general, when you're talking about the largest ships of every fleet, they tend to be in that kind of 120 mil range. Now I also have 30 millimeter bases, and what I wanted to do initially was to have things like fighters, bombers, that sort of thing, instead of them just being an almost was it like the 5 millimeter scale or something, the stuff that's super tiny and has almost no detail. I was hoping that there would be a 30 millimeter base with a fighter on there. And that would indicate that is a squadron of fighters, as opposed to, again, trying to have some little almost nondescript thing that has no detail on it. And that was, again, that's the other reason. Even those 30 mil bases would have the same sort of thing here, basically some kind of unit identifier. No, that would be too light. Let me try here, back to... I'm just checking out a little bit thinner here, because I didn't want this to be quite as light. Let me try Something along these lines here. That might still be too thin down. Let me see what happens over here. Little too thin. Fine, we'll just do that. All right, all better. We shall try that again. And now we're going to try and maybe get a little bit of dimensionality to some of the plates here. Like you do. Nice to see you again there, Primus. So is it still okay? Now it's a happy Tuesday here. I just wanted to double check because we started early. It was technically almost a historically early start for a Monday here. But great to see you again there, Primus. I'm gonna have a ton of fun with these ships here. Because the nice thing that I could do again when I'm doing my own ships, I can just say, you know what? I want to have fleets that look the way I want them to look. With as much detail or not. I think you can tell by the larger size we're printing these at. Actually, these would probably... I don't know if this would scale up to our Battlestar Galactica ships. This would probably have to be another 15-ish% larger, maybe to truly scale up with our Battlestar ships. Getting these guys now. Alright. That's too thin. Too thin. I gotta go back to this. Here we go. There we are. Right. Fine. I might go here. Let's do a little something up here. Even though I might end up having to just redo some of that. Just put a little something more of my light up here for now. Some of our plates over here. Let's bring some of these out. Get a little bit of dimension to them here. I don't want to go bonkers on those, but you can see now they start to look more like they're actually sculpted in as opposed to painted on. More of it here. Now, yeah. Who dares me to print this out in FDM like, I don't know, 10 inches long? Now, it's maybe I cut this or something like that because I'm not quite sure how that would work on a FDM print. I would have to maybe just like cut the pieces in parts or something like that and print those individually, or maybe just carve out the hull and then print all these parts here separately in, say, resin. That might be a better approach. I haven't forgotten that we want to do engine glow back here. That's probably, I might just hit the, I just keep thinking I'm going to be sticking my hands on those. If you're wondering, like, why haven't I gotten to that yet? Just figuring that I would most likely stick my hand in there, squish that up real good in a way that's not good. Alright, we're doing that now. More of this dark up here. There and there. Ooh. Did we? Nope, we're going to do that over here too. So maybe over there. More little details I wanted to carve out up here. First with their dark. Guess what? More of our fabulous panel lines here. More panel lines, more better. Going in all sorts of different directions. So breaking up these surfaces here. Yeah, the key is their surface tension would be, where you anchor in those supports. That's something that I've definitely learned with printing out some of the, like the figures and such. You can kind of get it with like that. I printed out. Oh, here you go. This is printed in FDM. We just posted episode 2 of this to the Patreon page. So this was done in FDM. You remember this one right here, where we added this to the bottom, so it could just sit there like so, not on top of a brush. There you go. But yeah, that was all printed in FDM, 100%. But it had, needless to say, it had a strong, solid base, so to speak. And I'm not quite sure how do I do the same thing with our ships here. Now, there's some ships, those ones that are boxier, more square, whatever you want to call them. Well, those probably not as difficult to do in the FDM. These, the Ulchiban ships, those could be a bit more challenging. There we are. Another little bit here, and now, did we do? Yeah, we did do. Comes out that way. Another one over here. So again, trying to break up these into multiple shapes here. This. Like, again, a couple little panel lines are nothing too crazy. Little indication here, almost a bit of a ghosted panel line there. Which direction we want to go? This way. Goes that way. Tighten up some more lines there, and here, that's going to come up this way here. Then down. More small things to break up into smaller shapes, even smaller shapes here. All right, let me yeah, see that green there? That's what, look at, you can see where some of that color's been wiped away. I do want to get some of this stuff around here. We have not done very much with that at all. Let's do something there. To our, that's that crazy green. So it's actually a greenish color here. Not, it's not like a yellow ochre or burnt, or yeah, raw sienna or nothing like that. It is definitely time to get something lighter over here. We haven't really done a whole bunch there. Fine, I'll just grab some of that, not radiant violet, and we're going to put some of that over here. You can see my hands are nowhere near that metal ferrule. In fact, they're about as far away as you can go and still be on the brush. Yeah, they're almost like the auto painting brushes, right? Right, surface tension. The brushes that just paint themselves. You don't even have to hang on to them. Self painting brushes. I think that's what we were gonna call them. Uh, Basically, the level of degree of painting skill that's going to translate into the brush cost, right? Surface tension. You can't buy that stuff for nothing. So yeah, there's like 10 different skill levels that come with these self-painting brushes. Making that edge lighter, same thing there. Same deal all along here. Yep, surface tension. Figured those might be a significant hit there, something like that. I think there's those that would go for self-painting brushes. Again, at the very end of this, we'll repaint our edges along there. That's just there's no point in even doing that now because I will just continue to stick my fingers into that. That'd be a little bit of some wasted effort right there. So we won't bother with that right now. We'll just leave that be. What I do want to have is more light along this top edge here. Now we have it there. Got to do the same thing on the other side here. Oh, geez, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, no big deal. Just this is another one of those areas where too long ago there was a whole bunch of basically kind of glaze type stuff just sitting there. This would have just pretty much bounced off of that surface, or it would have taken what was there and taken that away too. That's subtraction by subtraction. That is not addition by subtraction. Yeah, surface again. It's to me. I think it's great for all parties involved. More like right on the top edge of this. A little more there. There we go. Yeah, see that matches up with this a little bit better. What we did there. And as we kind of go through this, each of these facets, right, starts to the edges become more and more refined. The ship kind of gets bigger, right? The ship looks way bigger now with all of our little panel lines on it than it did like 30 minutes ago when there weren't really any. There's a little visual clues that your eyes will use to say, okay, that's just how big is this? How big is this thing that I'm looking at? If you see a bunch of details that you're like, I know how that big is, or how big that is in real life, and then you see it super small, you say, well, gee whiz, wow, that thing is super small. That must be a really big ship or whatever, because that thing that I'm seeing, which is so small, I know what size that's supposed to be. Ah, see, I already did that over on this side. Already did that over here. And again, I'll this was supposed to be the ship that I was painting. This just did not print out. There was a issue with the back wings and one of these kind of side fans or whatever you want to call it. That was the difficulty here. This one part didn't print out here, and then there was one wing. The other wing printed out just fine. There was one wing where these feathers just didn't print out. So I will be trying that again tonight. And then that will be the subject of a tutorial as part of my painting small scale series. What I'm trying to do again with all this kind of stuff here is that, okay, most of the other painting small scale episodes that I've done, you have to go either Coats 3D, My Mini Factory, or whatever, and also buy that file if you wish to paint that yourself. The idea is here, well, if the video is based on a sculpt that I made, it's just like, here's the sculpt, print it out, paint along. That might save you some coins instead of, well, having to do 17 different Patreons and tribes like I do. So just kind of hoping maybe that saves people a little extra coin along the way. Yeah, they really do. They do lead logic. They definitely do. And for whatever reason, those buckets are just filled with 13 different herbs and spices. I don't know why. Now, of course, on this planet here, the buffalo wings are actually made of buffalo. Yes, instead of birds. Yes, on Seri and on the Seri Republic home world, buffalo wings are made out of buffalo. I'm gonna lighten this up a little more. One thing I will not be doing is painting any of the El Chiban ships red. Because then talking about red lobster, oh my gosh. So yeah, there's not gonna be any red starships from that. Well, we already have other factions that will be doing that anyways. More my like the again. Look at my hand is on this brush. That is nowhere near that metal ferrule, is it? Nowhere close. Got to get some more light on the on our weapons there too. We shall get there. We got ourselves another docking bay door over there. Sea Dragon, I think now I don't know what it was up there temperature wise. It's been weird, as far as like windy and you could it seemed very unstable, right, Sea Dragon? But I think there was some east wind or something there, Sea Dragon. I think maybe there was a bit of an east wind coming off the lake. And I think originally we were probably going to get zonked as well, but now who knows, that might happen at 3-4, and that's one of the reasons I started earlier, Sea Dragon, was just on the off chance that things got funky at say 3 or 4. I mean, we're already 3. Actually, we're closer to Cinco Trace right now. Yeah, we're over 3 hours in. So that was the reason for the early start, actually, Sea Dragon. Initially, when I was had max velocity on yesterday, I wasn't sure about today. I was like, well, let's see how that's gonna go. I just thought, when the neighbors had sprinklers out on their lawns, I thought, well, gee whiz, I think things should be okay. But glad it's not quite as nasty as was that 2 weeks ago there, Sea Dragon. Oh, that's the other thing, Sea Dragon. Yeah, we got hit with those about 11 o'clock this morning. So that might have stabilized some things here. So that might be another reason. All right, so so we kind of toned some of that down there. Right, we're going to remix some of that. Let me get rid of some of these brushes here that are in the way. There we go. That's a little less stuff to be distracting the eyeballs is with. Sea Dragon, Kathy's brother, they had that actually their roof and their vehicle got basically wiped out by one of those. But yeah, Sea Dragon, Wisconsin was pretty heavily featured in pretty much all throughout April on max velocity streams. We ended up on there too. That's not a stream where you want your area to be featured, but glad you were able to get that there, Sea Dragon. The let's just say the insurance hasn't exactly worked quickly on their stuff. It could just be now also too whether if there's a lot of people in your area. If it's not say a large, who knows, that might also impact how quickly they're going to work on all that getting back in order again. All right, yeah, there's some more of this that's just a little too dark. There we go. Now also let me again, despite the fact that I will be sticking my hand in that again, inevitably. Let me get my floral, and I might just mix the phthalo green in there with that. Phthalo green, floral green, because I want the guy. I also wanted theirs stuff to be a relatively warm-ish green. I want more there. There we go. More of the floral green, and then also phthalo green. And then we'll just have to let that set there too. We'll just have to leave you sitting there for a bit. Now we're going to get some of that green down here, maybe a little bit of engine glow. And this is the Paul Rubens version because, or no, it's not. It's actually the Marion Street. All right, okay. That's why I was like, wow, why is that? Why did I not have to put some thinner on that? It's because it's the Marion Street fluorescent paint. And we call the fluorescents fluoros for no particular reason. We just kind of do that. This is not our lightest light just yet. Also, too, it is that is pretty thin down as well. Little hint of our lighter green on the edge of those things there. Now let's go back the other way. Yeah, it was like, what's afoot here? And then I realized, that, oh yeah, that would be why, right, Camda? It's not an alkyd. Now that is too much phthalo green. Let us try this. That's gonna be better. Get this top part here. More of it down here. And of course, Sea Dragon, yeah, if you want to share anything in the chat, of course, you know the deal. You can always share stuffs in the chat there. Alright, so now we got a little something going there. We gotta let that also have a chance to set, do its own thing for a bit. Let's see, let me see if I can't, is that the right button? Nope, here it is. Here it is. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Cammed Up Paints just shared. Now Camden was were the palm trees finally conquered, at least to a satisfying degree. Like, okay, this is fine. This is good enough. And then hopefully, kind of moving on to the next 2D painting. Let me try here some more of my. Nope, I'm just gonna rotate around this. There we go. So now I can get my hand in here. Like so. Now, surface tension, as we know, those are those even squirrels, or are they some? Well, there's certainly some form of bio drone. We know that. Actually, I think we do. I need to include the ancient Welsh Landians in this universe here? Surface tension. They should be in one of those, like one of the Darklands or something like that. You know, one of those parts of space that's like practically unexplored and too dangerous. Yeah, that's where the ancient Welsh Landians will live. So great to see you there, Tundra Crusher. Everybody, please give Tundra Crusher a follow. So Tundra Crusher, you wants to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. So great to see you. I hope that Monday treated you well. Wham, like so. And well, the thing I believe when I rated you, I think this is what we painted. I think that is what we painted on our stream. There was our corrupted version of Cyber Lancelot. Again, 3 hours and 12 minutes ago, there was no paint on this ship whatsoever. There was no spacescape on the base. There was nothing going on up here for sure. Don't blink, as we say here. Don't blink. You will most definitely miss something. Trying to again break out some more of my panel lines here. Why? Because the panel lines, they break up the surface of that chip and they make something that's kind of teensy tiny look maybe a little bit more substantial. Here, let me rework these couple of panel lines to go over the top of that. I think we're pretty good on this. No, we gotta do the same thing here. Same thing on that. More these edges to refine. Again, like we've done all along everywhere else, we're going to refine some of these edges here too. These guys. More on these. Get more weapon mounts. So some of the largest Terraforce ships, again, they'll be longer than this. They won't be quite this broad. They'll be probably maybe out to, some of the longest ships would be like out to here, something like that. But again, not quite so wide. There's other ships, again, that'll be even kind of more longer and narrow than that, most likely. Did I? No, I did not do these facets here. Let me get a piece that comes down like that. You see about again some of our lighter stuff right along here. So let me take this blue here. Well, it's kind of a bluish gray, really. When you really think about it here, let's get some of this. So all along here, so kind of like what we did here. That's gonna happen now over here. Again, look at how I've got just these two fingers on that brush. That is it. That is all we got here. Just those two fingers on that brush. And we're trying to bring out some of these. Look at this. See, and it's not white either. We'll get something a little bit later on here. Maybe not there. This is very much just a mid-tone right here. I think we already kind of did those to this level. We got to get these caught up to the port side here. There. Nice. That again that we needed that. Now let's try this some more. Over here. There we go. And again, on our Thursday stream, we have another landscape because Flat Thursdays are most definitely returning. So we got a whole bunch of different things planned. Now, all kinds of, again, flat paintings for Flat Thursdays. Now, we haven't really done much up here either. Now, this is going to be more of our greenish coat. Let me just chuck a little bit thinner on there first. Break that down. Some more of our light here. And again, into that sort of a greenish gray. We need some more definition down here. More on these weapons here, and then a whole bunch of little panel lines and stuff down here. All down there. So again, Tundra Crusher, if you want to share any kind of links is there in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, everybody please give Tundra Crusher a follow. Don't know if you'll be streaming again in a little bit tonight. Well, this morning. Because what is it now? So it's, okay, now it's almost 2 in the morning here. Down there, and let's get some more of that on the starboard side of our hull here. Yeah, there we are. Let's just do some more stuff up here. We've been waiting for some of the stuff up here to just have a more chance to set. Like over, like over there. And then there's some parts that, like here, I keep sticking my hand on these 3 areas. Those will be some of the last things that we even try to paint here because, well, otherwise I'm just going to keep wiping those out. It makes no sense at all to just keep trying to restore those and then wipe them out again. My hope is to get a little bit more light right up in here. Yeah. That would have been really difficult, say 20-ish minutes, half hour ago, because that paint would have been nowhere near set like it is now. Way easier to do what I just did there. Let me just grab some of this here real quick. All right. Now some of the lighter stuff on this down here. Edges of that weapon. We need these surfaces. Gotta hit that. I think you can see it right if I turn. Okay, I have to turn a little bit more for you to be able. Okay, now I think you can see it. Now you can see what we're adding in here. That didn't quite follow the edge. Now it did. And let me try to space that out a little bit more. See what I did there. Where are we at with this? Again, this is still not straight up white. It is. It's very light, but it's not actually white. Yeah, I didn't get to. I know you were building tons of those tundra crush. I wasn't sure how many more you had to go. And I guess I didn't get a chance to see what sort of maybe a basing idea that you had for him. Because more basing, more better, of course. Alright, we got that now. Yeah, a little bit more over here. Some lights down there. Extra light that way, okay. Up here on the back to the dorsal side of the ship, trying to bring out some more things here. Like that. So you can see I've kind of wiped some of those away with my hand, so I can always just kind of, here, do this. Alright, that wasn't exactly very difficult, now was it? Also here, let me get the lighter stuff out of here. Let me go back to this darker stuff, possibly. Some panel lines here on this stuff. Kind of an angled and then straight panel line. Glad to see you again there, Irid. Glad to see you again. And it'll be the usual stream times and such on Friday and Saturday right this weekend. One goes this way. Come on. Let's do this here. Also, they're coming that way. Let me try that again. The panel lines that will come down over this way. Okay, now we'll try to do a same thing here. Now, which way were those going? Those were going this way, right? Yeah. Each one gonna go that way. Now you still have tons of stuff that you can work from, right? All the stuff that you got when you went to the gym show there. And I know you tried to stock them on a few different things that you like to use. Now, which one? The next one, it goes, okay, it follows the same angle here as that one, pretty much. That's good, Irid, that you're able to like successfully kind of restock some critical stores there. Now, what I'm going to do again, I'm going to also do a little bit of refreshing of the medicine here. I meant to do that about an hour and a half ago. I also give this just a minute or two to set. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We shall return because we got lots more stuff to do especially on our ventral side of the ship. We'll get to that, and again, don't go away. We shall be right back. I spy with my little eye. We're not too bad out there. This needs a little more refinement over here. Somehow that got a little kludgy. We're gonna try to spiff that up a little bit here. Like so. Yeah, just that was that one inch ago. Somehow that got a little wonky there. Don't know why. That's been cleaned up now. There we are. That we also want to get a little more light along this top edge here. Let's see if we can make that happen. No, I guess we do need to lighten that. I thought we were good on the other side here. But nope, we got to do this side now too. Like this. There. Let's fire in some more of our light right along here. A little more right along that. I would, yeah, I just hold it this way. Be easier to do that. Same thing on this side. And that paint, everything here is still very much wet. None of this stuff is dry at all. I am going to haul out a little more of this. And just plop that back here again. Let's see if we can really maybe pick out some much later highlights on our dorsal side of the ship here. And of course, like I was saying, this is just the first of many, many dozens of ships. And by dozens, I mean, oof, each fleet has something like 13 or 14 different types of ships. And if you're talking somewhere well over a dozen different species, well, that's going to be a fair amount of ships that we're going to need to paint, both on the stream and also in our tutorial videos. Okay, and now this one too. There's been no refinement on that. Goes down. Link those two surfaces. Get this, and now here we need some light on all this stuff too. Couple extra little lights along there. Nice, nice. Lights along the edge of that. And again, just to maybe let's see an idea of how big this is. Of course, again, here's that's 28 mil fig. That is how large this ship is. But this is essentially the biggest. Well, it's not necessarily the longest ship. I think the carrier version is longer than this, but it's not. The wings are not quite so broad. It's maybe a half an inch or 5/8 of an inch more narrow, I would say, than this ship. Top edge of this certainly needs to be lightened up some. We'll get something going in here and then along this. There's definitely. There we are. So it's just another spot where I'm looking at this going, we need some more, not just value there, not just more contrast, but we need a little more shape over here. We're a little bit short on that. I think that is more what we needed to see there. To these weapon mounts we go to try and get some more lighter stuff on them. First things first, the top edge, and then some down here. Top edge, and then something down there. These, well, we'll have to come back with some mid-tone along the right up against that light there. But let's do this bottom light first. Let's get this though. Both sides, very good. That on there, and now I could almost start thinking about getting some of my lighter lights on this part of the ship here. I'm less likely, I think, to be sticking my hand on that. Especially, well, it's almost time for Cinco Tres. It's almost time for 3:33. 33. I think our last stream we even did a Cinco Cuatro. It was 4:44:44. Because that was a much longer stream. Well, not much longer, but a longer stream. Because we were doing a lot of freehand there on our again corrupted version of Lancelot. For light there, and I think let's get some of that on. We need to straighten out these lines a little more. That's also again a little bit foggy right here. Let's there we are. We're gonna do that on all of these. Same here with this one. Oh yeah, let's get this one too. Yep, like that. We'll do this one here. Alright. Oh gee, we still have some of our thinner up there too. There's a couple lights. I gotta get this. Come on, right along that edge. Some there. And then, oops, each of these. And this needs to be later too. All right. Yeah, all right. So there it is. Fabulous Cinco Trace. Camda marks the something that doesn't mean anything, which means everything. All right, Camda. I mean, gee whiz, if a mere 1111 can have so much significance, Camda, why wouldn't Cinco Trace also have significance? So again, you can kind of get a feel there for the general motif of each of our ships. I'm trying to. Now, this one does not have any primer on it yet whatsoever. Here, let me see if I can grab this. Well, it has a little bit of primer, I guess. So this right here is more of a battle cruiser type ship, and you can see how. So it's not quite as large as this one, right? But it's again got the feather motif. Here's this is a heavy cruiser right here. So there's a heavy cruiser, lots of DACA on that baby right there. And then here's one of our. So that right there is actually a fleet repair ship. Right there, you can see all the feathers on that right there. And then I think we got some over. Here's another one of our smaller ships right there. Back to my really light stuff again up here. There we are. Carry it over onto this side. And now this gets lighter. That also gets lighter. That top side there. Light along that edge. So get all of this stuff, and it starts to get more and more and more detail along the way. Now back here we have a whole bunch of stuff we need to do. Bunch of edges back here. Here we are going to travel right along this way. Then lighten you up. Reverse it. Same thing on the other side. Long line there, and that, again, that's what these brushes do well. That the little craft brush is not going to do this very well at all. As in, nope, not a bit. Might even highlight that edge a little. Maybe even accent some of those panel lines a little smidge there too. Let's see if we can do that on these a little. Now up here, let me ask. Nope, I guess I still need some thinner there to break that. Nope, more thinner to break that down. Bunch of stuff to do along here. Back here towards the stern. Fine, let me get some of that lighter stuff. Now here, needless to say, there's going to be a lot of places where supports were making contact with this. So this area just naturally tends to be one of your kind of rougher areas of the print here. right, and we'll do some more like this. Up there. And more of a light all along these edges and lines here. I want to say that this is probably just overall scale wise, maybe 10 to 15% larger than your Battlefleet Gothic. Although there's I mean, like the largest Battlefleet Gothic ships, I'm not so sure that they're all that much smaller than this. Because, yeah, those Orc cruises, I mean, they were like this. So, yeah, actually, maybe these are closer to BSG scale than I thought. Yeah, I was thinking they were significantly larger, not like double the size. But maybe these are a good 30-40% larger. I don't know. They might not even be larger at all. In the end, they might just be practically the same scale, which would be weird. That wasn't the intent. Especially since the largest Battlefleet Gothic base is 60 mil. These are 90s here. I'll be surprised if subsequent ships, maybe the post there is not as long as this. Oh, here we go. Let me, almost forgot about our stuff on the side here of our. Gotta get some of our lights in here. Let me take a little bit of the white there and some of the blue. I literally just got the 2 fingers on that brush. That is all I've got. And away we go here again to get the extra bit of light on this our weapons here. We will continue here. So get many thanks to Zhang for doing that right, and of course AD Creations. Come on, yeah, there we go. This I needed to let this stuff set for a little bit here. Yeah, that was just if I had tried going back into that too soon, yeah, not gonna work. Okay, here we gotta do this thing. Let's take our. Maybe that's a little more Payne's gray than I really wanted. Oh, okay, fine. We're also gonna mix in. Oh, now there's an interesting color. So this is the olive green cam mixed with that basically indigo. I like this greenish gray. That is a nifty little gray. I like that gray. That's got a little bit of bluishness to it. Now let's see if we can get the right angle for this Valfera. How's about, I don't know, this shouldn't be too bad, right, Valfera? This should be good because now you can see the base here. I don't know, this is a good 3 hours after our last one, wouldn't you say? There certainly wasn't all this shading on there before, was there, Valfera? Now here, we'll hold it like this. And let's bring all that color back, see what happens. Almost there. There we go. Oh, you know what? Let me hit this here. Okay, let's grab this. Now, Valfera, I think I might have sent you one of the Skylore stories. It was probably the one with the musician, right? The celestial musician there. I did another one last night. Again, it was another test. I was trying a different voice and kind of a little different schematic with that one than I have with the first 3. I think I might have sent you the first one there, Valfera. I've got now. Let's see. There's Beclomo, there's Susurora, there's Dortal, and Bar. Oh, and that actually. I think that we on number 6 now. No, I think this is the 5th one I just did. I'm gonna try and do a 6th one tonight. And again, this is all just experimentation with different voices, that sort of thing. All right, so yeah, I've got several more I can send you there. The Dortal one, that is like the most creepy one so far. Yeah, that one is very very creepy, and I cannot wait to do the animation on that because the animation will be very spooky indeed. And just think about it, Valfera, with all of these different species, so many Skylores that we can do. Oh baby, it's going to be delish. All right, here we're going to actually taking some of the lighter green here. I'm going to actually start putting that on the ship here. There we are. It's pretty wild, Velfira, how Vanderbilt is now over and over again. Anytime I'm listening to stuff, in regards to college football, Vanderbilt is like it's. I don't know if it's quite the new Alabama, but it's at least the new. It's almost considered a new SEC power. Now we'll see. If that still works out, and of course, if there is a cap on all of the NIL stuff and the transfer portal and all that, we'll see how that affects certain like the Texas Techs of the world and that sort of thing too, and the Indianas of the world. I guess then does it start going back to straight usual pedigree to attract players, or will it be kind of too late by then? Will the cat be out of the bag, Velfira? It's like, well, it's not necessarily that. Well, I mean, of course, you have your Indiana quarterback drafted number 1 overall. When did you think that was ever going to happen? That was probably 2 years ago, even. Thought of as, yeah, not terribly likely. As in, at all. And of course, Velfair, we'll see if Pavia returns for his 75th season of Vanderbilt football. The longest serving quarterback in Vanderbilt history. Yes, he's good. He's about to make his 704th career start. I'm going to try to create a couple little panel line type things over here. I want, let me try to, oh, we got this brush good, that's good. A little smidge order to thinner there. Because that still was not quite light enough. Now it is. Ooh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Bam. Lighter on the lower edge. Come on. A bit further up there. Not too far. Alright, now this one. Now, barring any sort of special circumstances like today, I would definitely think that the Thursday stream Well, that's going to be a more of a normal time for our start there. Not necessarily looking to have it be midnight or something. And we might tackle not one but two of our landscapes. I mean, we did four, right? We painted four spacescapes. I'm also a wee bit familiar now with the subject matter at hand. I'm going to take a chance here, and I'm going to try to start doing some stuff here on the base. I'm not going to do any of this stuff in here because I'm not quite sure what I want to have in there in terms of markings. So the marking areas, I'm just going to leave those blank for right now. I tried to make it where I can get to them. That's another reason why I used the longer post on this one. Because I thought, well, okay, this way, if I want to paint that in after the fact, it'll be a little easier to do that. And again, the ship, the base, everything made that myself. And again, what I'm going to do, instead of having to drill these stupid holes like this, what I'm going to do is each one is going to have a little fitting like that, and then just like this goes into the base, well, you'll be able to stick that into the ship. At first, I was going to have it be recessed, and then I realized, no, there's no point in doing that. Because some ship, well, I've already seen some ship designs don't necessarily support that. That was my thought when I was doing all those other ships that I talked about that have a bit more of a, what would you say, mechanical nature. They're much more square, rectangular. So a lot of the ships that I've been working on the last week, I think the last 4 days really, not as far as a week ago, but they're much more like this, much more organic. So think of that as more of a sensor array there, Valfira. Not quite like, remember your Federation ships, they had, deflectors, that's it, yes. Think of it as more of a deflector there, Camda. So yeah, not necessarily for shooting things. Just imagine, and this, I'll try to send you a picture. There's like 3 or 4 pages in that technical guide there, Valfira, that talk about, so instead of having necessarily shields, the Terraforce ships, Valfira, they're protective, whatever. It was basically an energy absorption grid. So yeah, instead of trying to, again, to like bounce it off, the Terraforce ships, that was, again, a grid, and it was all along the ship, Valfira. And think of it like Christmas lights around the ship. It was like a line of Christmas lights like you hang on your gutters or something. And the idea of Valfira is that energy would be not just absorbed, but then, well, turned into, right, something that you could use to respond with. Right, Lou? How you doing there, Lubo? I appreciate you being here once again. Now, we did do an earlier start, if you're wondering why this is this far along. Well, actually, it is 2:30 in the morning. I was thinking it was much later, Valfira. Or much earlier. Yeah, Valfira, I mean, this ship, I worked out, okay, your hydroponics lab, the medical bays. That was the Compass Rose ship there. But yeah, think of that more as more like a deflector dish or something like that than something that's going to be shooting something. It's got plenty of shooty things already, right, Velfira? It's got lots of shooty things. Just like this up here, that is not actually, that's not a weapons array per se. That's more of a, again, a targeting. Think of it more like a conning tower. And also a place for, again, various targeting arrays. More of my light on the edge of this. Yeah. More over here. And then let me see what's going to happen with this. Now, what I would like to do, and I don't know if they show up in here quite so much. My regular still image. Okay, yeah. See the lights there? So see the yellow ship's lights? That is something that I wanted to get to. Let's see if we can. Oh, you can see the panel lines a little bit better on that. So look at there, right there on again, the top dorsal section. You can kind of see the panel lines there. Now look at this. See if I can work. There you. So you can kind of see these same panel lines right here. Yeah, it's not a disruptor. I think that's what they call. Yeah, that's what that was called, right, Valfira? Ooh, you know what? I already have the other Indian yellow. I don't care because there's no way I'm gonna be touching this. I'm gonna break out the heavy-duty Indian yellow. Oh, also too, Valfira, this is one of the oldest species, believe it or not. Um, the Gaia and the Seri Republic, they're some of the older races. I think I don't want to say quite Minbari, Valfira, because you could almost say like your Eridanians. You could almost say like they're the Minbari because they're like the religious species or whatever. All right, see what we got there. So I'm gonna try and get. Let's see if we can get some again yellow-ish lights. We need a whole thing right along here. So right in this area, we're gonna have a little chain of lights like that. We haven't done this on any of our ships really. Haven't really done something like this. Here we go again. Nice little line to these babies here. Like so. There we are. We got to do a similar thing here. Try that again, go in the other direction. We'll go back over that with our dark there. So they haven't they have not met that species yet there, Valfira. I'm pretty sure I sent you the star map. If you check out the star map, you will see there's a couple of places. There's the void, and there's another place I think called the Valley of the Giants there, Valfira. Kind of I don't want to say that's the Zahadum, but yeah, the Valley of the Giants. Think of that more as a Zahadum type area. Okay, we already got that later stuff over here. Now, this is something that I want to try and put on my ships that we really never did on, say, the BSG ships or the BFG ships. Basically, little lights like this. This I thought could be really fun to have. Yeah, reorganize this a little bit here. And again, the you could call the Gaia Space Ents. And again, I'm really looking forward to that because imagine, again, just a whole bunch of ships made of a bunch of biodomes. Because they literally have to bring, sometimes you just got to bring the forest with you. Sometimes you don't go to the forest, forests go to you, right, Camda? Let's see, a couple more, again, indicating some lights here, like, there we are. Like that. So Valfera, they are basically some of the largest ships. Now, they don't have a bunch of ships, Valfera. Yeah, they don't have a bunch. But needless to say, their ships are very large. Can I up here? I can still stick my finger right there because there's nothing. There we are. So some lights over there. Now we'll try and sneak a few down into here, like that. There we are. So do you dare me to write a line in one of the stories there, Candace? Say one does not simply walk into the void. Yeah. Well, what do you dare me to write a line like that in the story? Somehow, yeah, I gotta get that figured out a little better. Do I still have some? Well, I guess I did. It's gonna have some of the yellow in there. Fine, but okay. Then I'll mix a little bit of the floral green in there. If it's gonna be like that. What do we have with this here? I'll try and get me some more of my light right up here. Again, this is not really a weapons array here. Again, think of this as more like a conning tower. Also more of a close-in point defense type of a system up there. There we are. More of that down here. Now, of course, keep in mind what's hilarious. Again, this was done in the 90s. I had no idea what Lord of the Rings was until 2001. Until that stuff was in the theaters, I had never heard of it. I had no idea what it was. So Space Ents, I'm going to say that I actually came up with the Ents first. Even though Lord of the Rings is before 1990, I'll still say that I came up with Space Ents first. Oh, let me. There. So these need a little bit of cleanup right here. These got a little raggedy here. No, no, no. Back to my yellow here. There's another little place I can get some of me lights over here. Right there, and now over here. I think you can see what we're doing here. And again, this is stuff I have not had a chance to do on any of our previous starships. I was looking forward to this a lot. There. To this. Maybe I'll just use that brilliant yellow pale. Because yes, I do actually have brilliant yellow pale out here. It's left over from from the video that I filmed. Again, the latest video went up on the Patreon page. Latest tutorial video up on the Patreon page for people to check out. Now I can start to think about maybe doing our panel lines out here. Let's not let those get too thick and heavy over there. Let's grind this back down a little bit here. So Valfira, since I never saw that, I had no idea what that was until probably, I don't know, 2017 or something, Valfira. Yeah, I had no idea what that was. I've never actually seen it myself. I mean, I've seen the toys and stuff. I've never seen any of. I don't know. I know there's at least what 2, 3 movies or something. Never saw them. So I'm gonna count that as yes. I did it before that because I had no clue what that was. Never heard of it. I don't even know when that came out. It could have come out 20, 30 years ago. I don't know. Again, never read comic books or anything like that. Never read fantasy books or anything. There was there were several types of books that I read. They were all nonfiction historical books. I read all different types of nonfiction historical books, and that's it. That's fiction stuff, not so much. That was not part of the ensemble. Let me work at more of this. There we are. So see some panel lines there now. More panel lines over here. And yes, that just deepens the mystery, right, Valfera, because the Walking Silmarillion had never heard of Lord of the Rings at all. Still haven't actually read it. Yet I could draw you a map of Arda, and yes, that's the world. Middle Earth is a continent, a small continent at that. There are much bigger continents on Arda. And we did, remember, we painted. I think I still actually have that. Yes, we painted our Christmas ornaments. I actually painted Arda. Because most people, they don't know where the Varigs of Khand came from. They could not map out where your Farharad would be. What was it? Oh yeah, in Deep Geek they were doing something. Well, why not try and attack Mordor from the eastern side? If you were to scale up, whatever, it would be a supply line in the neighborhood of 2,300 miles long in enemy territory because, well, now you've got the Easterlings and the Variags of Khand to contend with. So yeah, just figure that most science fiction type stuff I've either never seen or never read. I've never even seen, well, oh yeah, like things like Blade Runner and all that kind of stuff. Never saw the movie, never read the book. If there's books, I don't even know. Couldn't even tell you. More panel. We can start to think about some panel lines down here. Let's do that. We've been doing some of the later stuff. I'm going to come back now, get with some even darker stuff. Yeah, here. Bit of this as well. Oh yeah, that's really got to be cleaned up there. Nice. A little more cleanup on these two. Is nice. Now over here, I think I can finally start thinking about doing some lighter stuff. And then why don't I just use some of this crazy yellow here? Having this weird greenish yellow. Some of that instead. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. Not too much here, and it's letting that do its blendy thing. That is blend its way. There we are. I almost grabbed a whole big patch of Indian yellow instead of my white there. There. Okay. And of course, well, some folks might, they might draw some equivalents to, The Expanse. It's like, okay, I never heard of The Expanse until, what, 2021 or something like that? Maybe 2022? That's the first time I even heard of The Expanse. It may have been around. Never knew anything about it. More of our light this away. There we are. Here, let me bring that up a little lighter. Did we do it? Nope. Let's do it on this side too. Then we'll have to come back with our panel lines here. So we'll do this first. All right, panel line time again. Panel lines to be restored here. We did that one over there, and this one, yeah. Also that one and that one. Okay, because we're good on that side. We're okay there. Fine here. Let's do that. Now I've got obviously a what would you say, a color guide here, so that when we do again this ship, this will end up being the carrier. We'll do that in our painting small scale video, and of course. course, it will match this color scheme right here. So, I mean, in some ways, it worked out okay. It's a bit of a bummer. I was kind of hoping to be able to paint that ship on the stream here, but things work out. Yeah, because well, again, I don't want to mess up the whole story for everybody, but one of the things that happens is that your Jolaran Empire, they essentially they do something that makes Earth mostly uninhabitable, and most people evacuate Earth. And by most, I mean something around, what was it, something like 85% of people just leave. The ones that don't die. A whole bunch of folks leave, but there are folks that are just, they're staying. It's kind of like elves not leaving Middle Earth to go to Valar or whatever. Yes, they're not heading west. They just like, nope, we're sticking around. So they go to basically Procyon 4, and they call that New Terra. But the people who stayed behind, after I forget how many years or how many generations, they start to say like, you folks are not, you're not from Earth anymore. We are the humans. We are from Earth. You are not. You are an alien species. And that was I guess you could say there's a teensy bit of that in the Expanse, and that you got the Belters, right? And then of course Mars has its own culture. So, like I was saying earlier, Valfira, that other ship is longer than this ship, but it's not as wide as this. So it's probably at least 15% more narrow, I would say, Valfira. Probably 15% longer, because it's a carrier, right? So think of it this way, Valfira. Think of it like an Essex class carrier, maybe versus an Iowa class battleship, or not a Montana class. Oh, this is better, Valfira. Think of this is Yamato, and that other ship is an Essex class carrier. Because Yamato was not that long; it was very wide. Because remember, the Iowa class were actually longer and narrower than Yamato. So I don't know if that's a little handier guide for you there to kind of get a sense of the scale and such. But that's why you have the small craft around that one, Velfair, the one in the video, because that is a carrier. And no, I don't think I have any of the smaller fighters here. Nope. Oh, here you go. Look at this.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
So this is one of the cargo ships right here. And this is a tanker. Yeah, this is a tanker right here. So thank you so much, Mortal Image. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let me guess. Guahir sent you. It's like, yeah, he said, don't leave anything recognizable behind. Like, that bird really is taking this to the nth degree. Guahir does not like Gandalf. Let's see if Mortal Image is going to get a big Gandalf 6. We have had one tonight. Ooh, that was real close. Very close to another Gandalf 6. Thank you so much, Mortal Image. Appreciate that. So, and there's also there's some sub variants too, Valfira. Like even this, there's actually two versions of this, and that carrier. I think there's actually three versions of that. It kind of depends which one I like better. There's one where it's actually two, essentially double wing instead of just the one. And the reason I saved that one is because it would sort of be their response to the Compass Rose. So in effect, the Compass Rose, You could almost think of compass rose as like a Bismarck type of thing, where it's again it's a new type of ship in a way, right? Something that people really haven't seen before, to be used in a way that wasn't really done before. Needless to say, the compass rose is kind of seen by the other species as somewhat of an expansionist move by the new Terrans, because they say, so exactly why do you need a starbase that moves faster than light? So what you gonna do with that? Yeah, so that again, you're kind of getting a little bit of morsels of the story there. I believe I did send you that timeline of events, and that was something that I was going to have again read by the characters, again in their own words, instead of just a dry Silmarillion type of thing, because that was what I was originally going to do. And then I was like, nope. There's not a lot of folks that like, you know what, I'm just going to read the Silmarillion every day. That's not quite how people approach that. So I was kind of hoping that this would be a little more entertaining than just the Silmarillion raw. This actually has a little bit of our green in it here. Teensy bit of that. I do think at some point we may just have to grant Gandalf his wish, right, Velfair, and just make a cyber Gandalf. Oh yeah, it's also too I've got the corrupted version of Merlin printed out. I was instead of doing the orangey glow on him, I was gonna go with a violet glow or violet slash magenta, because people always like to see that. They don't get to see that very often. So I thought, just like how Morgan Le Fay has the greenish glow, as opposed to say the orangey stuff. Yeah, I thought that could be folks might enjoy that too. All right, let me work this out here. So again, there's that got a little bit messed up there with the support. So we're gonna work out a little something here. And change this around. There we are. Where's my to the dark we go. Come on. So one of the new starship pieces that I made, well, not one of, but I made like a dozen, or maybe a couple of dozen, basically doors, right? Hex-shaped doors, kind of your flat trapezoid-shaped doors. Well, for like this, for other smaller craft to where it's like a shuttle bay door kind of a thing, or a docking bay door. So yeah, that's some of the new bits that I made. Ooh, that's what I want in here. That's what. Where's my? We use you. Where? Oh, good, good. This was our Indian yellow over. I'm like, man, I put a whole bunch of green in this. I had already started doing that on the other side. So again, all of our little lights here. Now back to the darker stuff. I want to clean this up. And then break. Okay, get more paint on that brush here. I want to break this up. That's too solid of a line right here. Actually, can I zoom in? No, I think I'm zoomed in all the way. Let me double check here. Yeah, we're zoomed in all the way. All right. There we are. Now I can break this up into those smaller lights. Okay, I think that sort of worked. What about the other side? Yeah, same deal. Same thing over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. There. Now there's another species where I don't want to say their empire is kind of a fallen empire, but there's some breakaway worlds. So again, there's a let's just say there's a lot of space that's under contention. There's not a proverbial neutral zone or something like that. There's been, well, I guess you could almost think of it. I don't want to say say something like the 30 Years' War, 100 Years' War, but there's been quite a few conflicts. Definitely, well, not Camden, not quite. You could almost say maybe techno mages, right? Remember from B5 there, Camden, the techno mages. So there's really not magic or anything like that. There's technology that may seem like it, but definitely no straight up magic or anything like that. And it is in some ways, I guess you could say it's like B5 in that the humans are most definitely not the most powerful species. They're certainly not the weakest species, but they're just one of the species. You know what? I would like to carry these now that I'm not necessarily going to stick my hand on theirs, I'm going to carry these panel lines over here. There we go. I mean, they actually are sculpted in that way, so might as well do that. Needless to say, there's alliances that have shifted over again the course of because this timeline, this is a multi-century timeline here. So no species with magic there, Camda. Magic is not going to be a thing. Let me do that. There will be species that are more, say, mystical than others. Definitely more, again, species that you could consider more mystical, spiritual, whatever. Let me work it. Yeah, some of that here. It's not supposed to be any kind of dystopian thing or anything like that either. It's just kind of a thing. It's not, again, not supposed to be anything that is super dark or anything along those lines. Do I want to? We might. Yeah, here. Let's grab some of this. Guess I need some more thinner there too. Let me thin this down some more. That got a little bit, yeah, a little wonky right there. So they have not met that yet, Arid. Again, that valley of the giants that I was telling you about. That's it's kind of a place where ships go in, but they don't come out. And then there's also the void, which is not necessarily. It doesn't have the what would you say? Oh, like ancient sailor. You think of it as like sailor's lore, right? Like I don't know. I don't want to say Bermuda Triangle or something like that, but again, it's kind of an unexplored area that is not necessarily the easiest place. You don't just stroll around in the void. And that was one of the items that I definitely wanted to have featured in the story was that the Valley of Giants there. This is a little different color. It actually has some almost like some red in it there. So a little different color than what we've been doing elsewhere. Got a little bit of the Terra Rosa. Fine, that's working a little bit right along that line. There we go. Do I have the? I do have still. Okay, yeah, that is the Indian yellow from Williamsburg. I'm gonna take me a little bit of the Terra Rosa here. Maybe even a little bit of our umber here, and some of this. Actually, gonna tone some of this down. Here, tone some of that down. So I guess, yeah, space superstition there, Irid. That would be your Valley of the Giants. Again, sort of a place where, well, maybe sailors don't necessarily want to be. Man, I was telling you, just a little teensy bit of that Indian yellow can really, and that's a Williamsburg Indian yellow, by the way. Just did not take much of that. I'll show here. All right. That's perfect there, Camden. And of course, hello, hello. I was hoping that this would kind of have that look to it, because remember we were saying sort of a brass, right? And that's why I brought out this green, Camden. Again, that was. Is this the green here? Yeah, that's why I brought this out. Actually, Camden. I was thinking of doing well. Guess what's going to be featured in our tutorial vid? Yeah, it's going to be this. Because I was, lots of people, they say, well, I want to see something that's brass or whatever. You'll probably be seeing, I was actually mixing a color that was a lot like that. Whoops, there we go. Like, why am I only seeing a portion of the palette? Oh, I must have hit the palette camera right there. This is going to be tricksy, but we're going to try and get... here we are. There. Now, we're going to do the same deal over here. This is not really light. It's just kind of there. Like so. That's it. Oh, and I guess you could say sort of like golden eagle colors, right? Instead of bald eagle, where you have the much lighter, darker brown, and then obviously some of the white accented. Just think more of a golden eagle type of color. Oh, and again, we haven't shown this in a while. Of course, here again is your species in question. So this is the Seri Republic. Again, one of the older species out there. See, you've got the floating habitats there, even on the home world. So see that right there. And then, of course, here you can again see some of the different occupations, if you want to call it that. So again, that it's a race that has been around quite some time, and this is the ship that we're going to be doing in that tutorial video. So there is the Seri Republic carrier. That's essentially the longest ship, maybe not the largest ship by tonnage or whatever. And again, there's other larger ships too. Again, that is this right here is a battle cruiser right here, so a lighter version of this. So it's you can see it's basically almost as long, but not quite as heavy. So not quite as heavily armed or armored either. And then we've got ourselves a heavy cruiser right here. That's going to go on one of the 60 mil bases. Here we've got a light cruiser. Right, that is good. Again, that goes on one of the 60 mils here. I guess I should have just kept it on there. When I went to pick it up, I forgot it wasn't glued on. There you go. So this is everything that's not a capital ship pretty much goes on one of these 60 mils right here. And again, there's the tanker ship right there. Oh yeah, here we go. This is here's your tanker ship, and then this was a fleet repair vessel right here. So again, trying to create as many different ship types for each species as possible, because obviously people focus more on the fighty ships. I wanted this to be a much more complete type of thing where, well, you need other things besides just fighty ships. Because the fighty ships don't go very far without tankers, cargo ships, that sort of thing. They kind of need that stuff. You could almost say there's a little bit of reflected light going down here. There. Now, I would imagine, obviously, that subsequent ships are going to take less time to paint because, well, now we have ourselves a color scheme. We got ourselves a color scheme here. And sometimes that takes a little more, I don't want to say effort, but sometimes a little more time to lock something in, because it has to also be something that can be replicated many times, something that would be recognizable across, well, again, these are wildly different ships, right? As far as this tanker and this ship goes, again, that's not the smallest ship ever, but that's going to go on a 60. That's not a capital ship. Same thing with the cargo ship. But again, without those other ships, well, stuff doesn't get very far. Not at all. Logistics, 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 right, Valfera? And of course, again, that's the whole story of the Compass Rose. It's a ship that is designed. Yes, it has a whole bunch of weapons on there. It's a mean, nasty thing. But its primary role is in a conflict, or especially an extended conflict. Well, how do ships get to repair facilities, especially ones that are further and further away from any kind of support system? What if the repair base came to the ship? It's not exactly Tillium there, Velfera, but yeah, there's no magic stuff. There's no replicators. There's no transporters. There's no whiz bang stuff like that. And even in this verse, ships don't. It's not like they just pop over to the other side of the galaxy in a blink. That doesn't happen in this universe neither. You know what? Let me break out the fast map one last time here. One more time. I'm gonna break this out. So the difference here, Camda, is it's kind of in the gold accents, I guess. That's kind of the difference. There's a few little glinty things, and when you see like the really big diplomatic ship that I'm working on, that also is it's very shiny, Camda, very shiny. So yeah, the human ships, they're not exactly pretty. Again, they're much bulkier ships. Let's see. I think. Well, let's see. The temple ships, these your fishy ships, the Gaia habitat ships. Those are going to be kind of your more elegant looking ships. Your the Chetzak ships. Those are even more primitive because they're literally just pieces and parts conglomerated together. So Camda, there's a bit of printing strategy here. Is that well? Let's put it this way: these right here, even these Camda, these are some of these are smaller than the supports. And guess what wants to happen? Guess what happens when the guns are smaller than the supports? So think of it. Also think about too. Some of the design philosophy is that I would like this to print. Therefore, some things maybe got to be a little bit bigger. It's heroic scale. There you go. Yeah, as opposed to true scale. True scale with the teensy tiny hands, right? Can't have the big old honking Conan swords. I would like to, if I can. There we are. Good. Try and do a similar thing on these two. This also needs to get cleaned up a bit here. There we go. There's actually one species. I think we talked about him in one of our regular World War II ship Armada Mondays. Those crazy round ships and the river, like the monitors that the British had, where they would just like stick a 15-inch turret on a barge. Because what could possibly go wrong with that? There are some ships where it's literally just a platform with a big old gun on it, and they're essentially coastal defense vessels, if you want to think of it like that, Camden. There are no flying saucers. I hope that there's some flying saucers after the stream because I'm real hungry and I gotta make me something. So if there's any flying saucers, it's going to be saucers that got food on them. Now I need a little touch of light over here that also kind of indicate that maybe teensy bit more of a metallic look right there. Let's rebuild some of that light over there, okay? Still gonna try and lighten up the top with just a little more here. Whoops, let me get that. Also this. Now some light down here. I'm trying to practically turn this thing upside down so you can see what it is that I'm doing here. More on this. Like that. Okay. I think we'll stick with what we have there. We're not gonna take that up anymore. Maybe we'll make that a little later. See, nope. Let's do the same deal over here. So again, kind of more like a docking base sort of a thing there. I might actually let me do something like this with the. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do the same deal on this side. We kind of already had it more like that there. Okay, that's better. Yeah. That's better. Back to this light one more time here. Back to our light here. Just trying to line up my reference super quick. There we go. Got my reference back. Couple more lights here. Also on that side. No, we didn't even do. Okay, here, let me maybe hold this upside down. We can get that where you can see it. Touch more of our light on the bottom of these. Darken here. There we are. I mean, it's not like that's a big deal. Just got to get a little something there. Back to yeah. Let's keep rolling with this darker stuff here, shall we? A little more with this darker stuff. Now over here, we're gonna start getting down on these things. We're talking about working some stuff here. All right. lighter. Some thinner there. More thinner. Where's my... I was like, where did that Mars Yellow Deep head off to? To kind of finalize some stuff here on our base. Haven't forgotten about this. Again, this is printed in FDM, by the way. Not the ship, just the base. To the brown stuff we go. Too dark. Let's move away. There we are. That just got too dark. Try it again here. Take that and more dark here. There we are. To that, okay, we still have our light over here. That is good. Let us do that along with the edges here. Along all these edges. Also there. Now I actually did have an overlay camera for this species right here. There was just no way to do all the other changes and graphics that would come with it, so I just kind of stuck with my Wampleville Shipyards overlay. But I think eventually, once we have enough of our species going, we'll try to have again specific overlays so you can kind of, I don't know, be able to tell straight away. You're like, okay, yeah, we're doing this species again. Or oh, well, we're doing a different one this week. And of course, Armada Mondays are pretty much back. And now we've got a whole massive line of our own chips that we can use. What do we have here? Some more of this. There we go. Along our line here. There we are. Alright, let me... Whoops. Some of our dark got in there somehow. Where's my... Yeah, I'm going to use a little bit of that radiant violet in there. Nope, gotta thin it down some more. That's been sitting there a while, so not super surprised about that. So, like I said, we're closing in on 5 hours here. First of all, bigger ship. Second of all, had to set not just a color scheme for this ship, but for basically a whole fleet here. So think of that almost like a color test miniature. And then also, we've got our a whole spacescape here that we had to paint. So we're trying to cover a bunch of different things here. How's about we get some of that on our post here? Like you do. It's reflecting some of our green, or it's starting to pick up some of the green there from, again, that was from almost 5 hours ago when we started this. That is still wet. Just 'cause it's alkyds and such doesn't mean, I mean, it's still oil paint after all. Hopefully I didn't get too much thinner in that. Can you see what we're doing here? Let me push it up this way a little more. Same deal down here. We're treating this hex a little bit more like our Cyberthurian hexes that we painted up. And remember, that's another video coming up on the Patreon page. I want to see what those brush markers, or marker brushes, whatever you want to call it, I want to see what those can do with our Cyberthuria tiles. Will it make them easier to paint? Is it harder to paint with them? Or is it just basically a wash? You're just kind of trading one for the other. It's like one part of it's kind of easier doing it with the marker brushes, and then the other part's more difficult. Usually what ends up happening is a combination works best usually, instead of just, okay, one thing or the other. Usually ends up like, okay, this and this will work really well together to do this. That's kind of mostly how things work. Of course, let's not forget to thank Armored Wolf for all the moderations, and once again, kind of, since I wasn't quite sure how the situation would play out here weather-wise and all that, I had to kind of say, well, I may be able to start now. Might be starting way earlier. Okay, nah, can't quite start yet because the computers are being funky and I got lots of graphics to change. So we appreciate Armored Wolf doing the moderation, even though the time got kind of switched around. And of course, well, we'll be doing again our Flat Thursdays, painting another nifty landscape. And of course, thanks to Valfira and then Camda, Recoil, Landrast, everybody for being here. And of course, we had plenty of raids. We had Zhang. Actually, I haven't had a raid from Zhang in a while. AD Creations. And thank you so much for. Actually, Arid, why don't you share your stuff one more time? Share your stuff one more time in that chat there. Well, Valfira, I don't know what. Obviously, you're awake a little bit later than you would want to be at 3:37 in the morning. But hopefully, Valfira, this was a little bit of a it made things a little bit easier for you to be able to catch a decent amount of the stream this time. Valfira, I was going to send you a message to say, hey, I might be streaming early, but it's a good thing I didn't, because you would have been looking for me at 10, Valfira, and I didn't think I started till like 10:35 or something. So if you're wondering why I didn't just shoot you a message and say, hey, I'm starting early, it was like, I was about to, and then I'm like, nope, I'm not going to be starting at the time I thought I was. So appreciate everybody being here, of course. Yep, Arid, and again, Arid, I hope that everything is gonna go well on the streams there for you too. I think we'll head over Spoon Handle's way here. So there we go. I mean, that was super fun. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so we can see more of the ship. There you go. And again, we've got many different classes of ships, but they're all going to kind of have this same sort of a color to them right here. And here is the species. Once again, we'll review this again. There's the bird brains right there. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to enjoy painting pictures of these. Oh, yeah. We're definitely going to be doing portraits of these or whatever. 2D art, of course, Flat Thursdays. And again, this is the ship that I will be featuring in that tutorial video. It might be we've never done a two-part, whatchamacallit, painting small scale. So it might be a multi-part painting small scale, since this was 5 hours right here. So see you guys later. Thank you so much for everything. I got the raid countdown underway here. Let's do that. Again, this is super fun, and we got, again, many more ships coming. Partial primer on this. But you can see many more of our Seri ships on the way. So thanks again, everybody, and see you on Thursday.